Clear. All good? What's up? Yeah, go for it. 45 in the first one, 2 on the 45. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, guys, once you hit that second fail, it's finished. Like finished. Yeah. Alright, any questions on the obstacle or in general? Alright, cool. Next obstacle, starting platform is the red. You got the 2 rings to make it to that red pad over there. Pretty straightforward. You can use the column pad if you want to. If you want to land like this, and then walk over, totally fine. Just can't use the inside and the top. Any questions? Yeah, I can't tell you when you can move the ring, when you can dismount, do it however you like. Both these rings are played the whole way? The whole way. Any other questions? No, so you can't use each other. You don't use the pack. Can I overshoot that? No, this is the starting level for the next one. Only the outside, so no trust, no inside. Pretty much if I think you make contact with a trust, that's out. So I can't see your hand. Alright, next obstacle, yes. Alright, next obstacle, you got ring. Any of the collateral pieces, ring to the green box over here. I said in the video something about red. Red is off. It's just the green. Okay, so green, stick it, or if you really want to, you can just keep doing the court. Clear, any questions? Instead of the black is fine. If you're trying to turn it and then you hit it, that's fine. Alright, here's the end of it. I don't know what to do here, actually.
Yeah, I think the number came.
To the first ever World Ninja League Premier Series competition at Ferox Athletics in Brooklyn, New York. Yesterday we had some amazing athletes. And now we're getting it started off with the amateurs.
That is correct. The amateur division is a combination of our young adult, and masters divisions. They'll be running two different courses. Our first one being the placement course. The placement course is going to follow your traditional flow course style format. Furthest, fastest is what determines your spot on the leaderboard. One fail and you are done. At the end of the placement course, the entire leaderboard will determine the run order for our challenge course. On the challenge course, you'll have some retries, but you cannot fail the same obstacle twice or your run will be over. We'll go more into that when we get there. we have a lot of athletes coming in. Again, this is a combination of 3 different divisions. So we're going to be in for a big old treat with, I believe, 27 athletes in this division. My name is Ken Casillas. Joining me today is Philip Scott on commentary. I'm very happy to take you guys through the big event that we are having because as Philip was saying yesterday, the other 3 divisions that have gone, kids, mature kids, and preteens, have been absolutely insane. It has been so intense. Philip, why don't you break down just what we were waiting for and what we were experiencing yesterday?
Yeah, so yesterday it was just unreal seeing how strong all the kids were. It was a super tough course. Both the placement and the challenge course, there were a lot. Everyone was pushing the pace like crazy in the placement to try to get a good spot in the run order. We saw some mistakes from some top athletes in the placement, but that didn't stop them from absolutely crushing it in the challenge course. For example, Charlie Ball ran second in the preteen males, and he ended up finishing the challenge course at a minute 16, just absolutely destroyed it. We had just so many amazing runs, like I said. What were some of your favorites?
I gotta go with the Barrett twins. They took first and second, Lily and Charlotte each.
Oh, yeah.
They in the preteen female division. Just when we thought that the 45-second time limit on the placement course was going to be tight, Charlotte goes and gets it in 30 seconds. And then Lily immediately follows that up with a 27-second run. And then they proceed to put up the fastest 2 times on the challenge course, both locking their spot into the finals. And that's something else that you should probably be aware of for all of those who are maybe joining us for the first time, wanted to tune in to check out your favorite amateur athlete. Only the top 4 in each division will be locking their spot into the Premier Series finals. That'll be November 17th to 19th, back here at Ferox Athletics. And it looks like we are going to get started with the placement course. Again, for this fastest, 1 fail and you're done. 45 seconds on the clock for 5 obstacles.
And the amateur division is made up of our regular season's young adult, adult, and masters divisions. So every non-elite that's 15 plus is in this division. So we have a lot of amazing athletes in this
And
division.
look at this. We're kicking it right off with a 60-year-old athlete from the masters division. This is Matthew Guardo. In the Northeast region, he was 4th overall in this past season. Going to be the first one to take on Thump for the day and just jump right into the Lachey lane. Now, going against these younger athletes, he's probably going to have to link or at least be very efficient on the back end of this Lachey lane. Pull him right through, trying to gain some momentum, giving it his best shot. Matthew was in the top 25% of the Masters division, either in his region or the World Championship. Definitely his region, as we see that he has a top 5 placement. It's likely what landed him a spot in the Premier Series.
Can he get through the ring slider in time? Oh, he slips off.
Wow. Just didn't get enough height there. But still, at 60 years old, moving better than a lot of other athletes possibly could.
Yep, and I think that Lachey clear was crucial because we saw yesterday a lot of athletes were making mistakes, slipping up on the Lachey line. So the fact that he got that was definitely good for his run order hopes.
Absolutely. And again, no one's getting eliminated after this course. It just, quite frankly, the fastest time on the placement course will be going last on the challenge course. And we'll flip that right around. So whoever possibly was on the lower end of the leaderboard, they'll be going earlier for the challenge course. Slightly lower stakes, but still important. You definitely want to be able to see how other athletes approach the challenge course later on. And we've got a lot of athletes here you can see on the screen. Personally, I think some of them could go to elites. in the next season or two. I would very much like to see it. Alex
Definitely.
Breitenstein, one of those athletes.
Yep.
Alex competed in the adult male division in the regular season. Also, not choosing to link just yet. Got his backhand stuck there and just drops on down.
I feel like he should have kept going. I don't know though. Who knows? That was interesting. But I mean he knows best. He just figured, oh, my run's done.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to listen to your body. My concern is that he might have ripped something on that when he
Yeah,
ripped himself back. I hope not. We don't currently know the state of his hands, but
right.
you never know if he's trying to conserve himself after that for the challenge course.
Yeah, so tell us a little more about this amateur division. The complexion of this amateur division. It has a lot of rising stars and also seasoned veterans who it's really just so this division really encompasses so many ninjas.
Yeah, exactly. And again, as I said before, these guys could go elite next season if they really make the choice to. The athletes get to choose for themselves whether or not they would like to stay in their division or go elite. But quite frankly, they are in the top 25% of their division, and they're about to put on display, including Mackenzie Peterson right here, moving very efficiently, showing us why he got this invite, popping right through to the shelf and to the bowl.
Wow.
What a great move. He's taking that ring slider on down and turning around for tire dash. What a great grab.
Right into it.
See, we have some true... Oh, skipping that last wheel. Hitting the buzzer in 28 seconds.
That was fast. I think that's the fastest time we've seen all weekend.
It is not. We did have a couple
Close.
27-second runs, but he takes a top 3 finish overall.
Definitely was super efficient though, that whole run, link and everything.
Absolutely. Another athlete who can be very efficient and powerful is Alex Fodor. Alex competed in the young adult male division. Taking an extra swing. Looks like he's going to go for that big skip and then linking through everything else. Going to take an extra backswing and trying to get to that flying shelf.
He's going to pop to the dismount.
Now he's doing pretty good on time. Just has to face down against driver's ed.
He has the time to get through this.
Absolutely. And he wanted to skip, but he hit his elbow on the top of the last tire. Would have had the buzzer. Let's see if we can get a look at that again. We see that big pop through the Lachey lane. Wonder if that's faster than using that incline. But regardless, that puts Alex in second place right now, which means currently he's going second to last on the challenge course. Very good position to be in. We see Mackenzie Peterson, our current only buzzer. I have a strong feeling that'll change, though. Ryan Guild on the course now. Ryan was ranked 29th in the Northeast region. Got a high power score, performed well at the World Championship.
Nice pop back, getting through that Lachey lane right into driver's ed.
And there we have it. Just another buzzer right there. As I said, I had a feeling I might be proven wrong about Mackenzie being our only buzzer. Just like that. Ryan Guild, second clear so far with a 30-second run. Beautiful matching technique with a give and swing into the buzzer.
Yeah, he looked very smooth and calm that whole run.
We're going to take a break from our young adult athletes, and this is an amateur athlete who competed in the adult division, Nick Andreoli. And again, these are some incredibly talented athletes. Regardless of if they're in young adult, or masters, they all have one goal in mind: Premier Series champion and potentially elites for season 9. You can see Nick rocking the Motive School of Movement shirt. They'll be hosting our next Premier Series qualifier next week. But let's focus on the now. Nick popping through, turning himself around on the shelf, wanting to static. Interesting tactic. Might not be the fastest, but it works for him. And currently, he's in a very good position on the leaderboard. Just has to get to tire dash. Yes. On to driver's ed.
At the time.
I don't know. The lights are flashing. And he holds on. Ooh, look at that one hand grab as well. Definitely has the walk-off strength there. That was great.
Yeah, that was... No, he just ran out of time. He definitely showed his strength, showed his grip strength there, especially with that last move there.
And there we have it. Mackenzie Peterson and Ryan Guild are 2 finishers out of the 6 runners who have taken on this placement course so far. AJ Nadell, 23 years old, stepping on up.
AJ out of the Grit Ninja. I believe we saw him coaching yesterday.
That we did. And he was first place in the New England region this past season. Definitely someone to keep our eye out for. Coming right around to tire dash.
He has a very good time to this point. Going right into that wheel, reaching up to the last one.
A little side to side.
He's got it.
And that is our 3rd buzzer for the day. AJ Nadell.
That is very good for his run order hopes.
Absolutely, you could
the challenge
you could
course.
See that you could see that he went a little crooked, spinning around sideways on the last wheel of driver's ed there, but managed to recover and land safely enough to reach forward for that buzzer. Great work out of AJ. Let's take a look at who our next runner is going to be. Up at the starting line, rocking the jump twist shirt. This is Scott Seinold, 47 years old.
He's out of the same gym as head coach there, Flip Rodriguez.
Yeah, and it says here that Scott was 8th in the Southeast region in the regular season. Look at those long arms just reaching right up. He's going to match and pop. And tried to static that trapeze. Had to turn back. Might cost him a second or two, but he recovers very swiftly. Is going to static over to that bowl.
Surprised we haven't seen more statics this. Maybe this will give some people some ideas for later on, especially in the elite division.
Yeah, those statics might be reserved for some of our taller athletes. I know we haven't really had an athlete over 5'9" yet today.
Just slipped. Still very solid run. Good save there.
Had he landed that, that would have been a much faster run. Still a great way to recover. Such professional recoveries out of these athletes. Not losing their composure. Definitely trying to keep their cool, and they just make the correction as they see fit.
Absolutely.
We've got a Ninja Lab competitor. This is Brody Messier. Brody just launching himself through the Lachey lane. It's not even giving me time to find information on him. I do know that he was 4th place in the New England region.
Oh, he is going for it here. Little pop up into the first wheel. And reaches up to the last one. Nice and smooth. Super solid run out of Brody.
That is a 34-second clear time. We can see, again, he saved himself a lot of time with those links. And then a great forward swing. We've seen a lot of people get twisted up on driver's ed both yesterday and today. Not Brody. And that run's going to land him in 3rd place for now. We'll see if that changes with 18 more runners to go.
Next up, we have Giovanni Lopez, 15 years old. Up and right up into the laches. Going for that big skip. Oh, recovers. Really good generating that backswing. Reaches over to the bowl. Now going through that ring slider. No problem. Has the time to finish.
And then we have a nice hop right into the second wheel. Gonna match and grab, launch himself right over for a 4th place finish. All right, I think it's time to play the game that Alex and I play, Phil. After Giovanni's amazing dismount into that buzzer, how many more clears do you think we're getting? We are currently at 5.
Oh,
and we have 17 athletes to go.
Ooh, I think there's a very good chance we could get into the double digits. I think we can get to over 10, but we shall see.
I am going to guess we're getting 12. 12 total at minimum.
Wow. Bold.
Yes, very bold. I've been making bold predictions, and I've been wrong most of the time, but I have a good feeling about this one.
Yeah. These amateur men, they're definitely, don't let the name fool you. Amateur is super, super strong. They're all super competitive. Been doing this for a long time, all of them.
Yes, and they definitely have the experience to make this challenge course sweat a little bit. We're going to take just a couple of seconds, make a camera correction. Apparently, Giovanni celebrated so hard, the camera went down for a split second. You can see right here, when he hits the buzzer, he goes in and he might have hit a table, maybe definitely not maliciously. Definitely not maliciously, just out of celebration. So we're taking a short break. Quick side note, Giovanni's one of the boys, so staying professional for the sake of staying professional, but also, yes. Five clears so far. We're just waiting for that camera to get corrected, and then we'll jump right back into the action. Again, we've got 17 more athletes. See how many of them can follow Giovanni's footsteps in beating out the last obstacle, driver's ed. Driver's ed can be a semi-tricky obstacle to control yourself on. Oh, and instead of the play-by-play on that, we're going to get right into Zachary Burkholder, 15-year-old athlete.
Out of Dexterity Depot.
Oh, so you know they're training for all of these types of moves.
Absolutely. There, lots of parkour training there. You know, oh, look at that time. Going right into driver's ed.
Yep. And wow, the fastest we've seen all weekend, a 26-second run to the buzzer. Really, really wasted no time, just popping himself right over. It is going to be very hard to beat that time. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, because I thought beating 27 seconds was going to be tough. Zachary has already proven me wrong.
I know.
Just like that.
Okay, I'm not sure if anybody can beat 26. I can't. It's just amazing. All these ninjas, 26 seconds to 37 seconds. It's so hard to figure out where they're gaining time. You know, it's just so incredible. All these athletes.
Yes, centering himself right now in the Lachey lane is Jorge Armas Lopez. Jorge coming out of the Southeast region, placed 6th there. Gonna send himself right out. This does mean that he's also eligible for our Motive qualifier and many other qualifiers. All of our athletes here, if they do not compete for the finals, can compete at other qualifiers in the Premier Series. And it looks like
jump. Oh,
Jorge
just
Obu
missed it.
seems to face plant on the side of the mat, but that's why everything's matted up. We're all good.
Solid
Got up
work.
and he was a little frustrated. You saw him like hit the mat out of maybe just irritation, but at the same time he was the fastest in driver's ed so far by 0.6 seconds. So that's going to put him in a decent spot in the run order. Tyler Wyman now coming right up.
Age 17, another one of our Ninja Mania athletes from up the road in Connecticut.
Tyler Wyman, also known as the son of the Rolling Log, 3rd place in the New England region. Now he is 6'2". Surprised we're not really seeing that wingspan to his advantage, but if he's confident in his links, might as well go for it. And there's that static.
There's the reach. Yep, I was expecting that.
I was almost expecting it from the bar to the trapeze, but perhaps decided not to after seeing other athletes opt to go for the link instead.
Pulling through very casually to the buzzer.
Works for Tyler regardless.
Very solid, very smooth run there.
Get a look again. That quick reach over to the bowl. And then another big old swing. Made it look so easy, so effortless. And now we're at 7 clears. Just for the record, guys, we had 6 clears in the preteen male division. That was the most amount of clears in a single division. The amateur division now with 7. And many, many athletes left to go, including Luke Lowell Bazanki. Luke stepping on up.
Big links right there. Gonna try to get a good low launch or a link through into the bowl. Kicks off. Goes for the dismount. Oh.
Got his feet on the platform, but had to push back. Gonna cost him a little bit of time, as is that amount of airtime on the dismount of the ring slider. Sometimes you just want to stay as low to the ground as possible.
Reaches up. Does he have the time to get through this? Pull through. Oh, just misses.
You know what? He was looking so solid. I think if he just grabbed the bowl at the very end there on the first attempt, he would have had the time to make it to the buzzer. You can see came in a little crooked on tire dash, but recovered.
Yeah, that was really close there. Nice work. Next we have Dagan DeSimone.
Saw his younger brother yesterday. Did not qualify for finals, but Dagan looking to change that for himself here. Popping over to the other side of the shelf.
Getting a little squirrely there, but he's through, no problem. Good correction. Like you said, all these ninjas so good at correcting themselves.
There we go. You can see those tires flying around. You can see the force at which he's trying to hit all of these obstacles with. And it works for him. An aggressive run.
Through.
Let's take a look again. He came in just powering his way through those laches. Let's see if we can get a replay on that tire dash attempt. You could see just how much those tires were swiveling around.
Yeah, and definitely like going through those driver's ed wheels. It looked like he was sideways, but he just knew that he was going to make. That was some confidence right there.
Got another Ninja Mania athlete here, Macklin Cook, 5-time world championship competitor, self-proclaimed rolling log expert who's been doing ninja for 8 years.
Wow.
Five foot 8. I think that's a good height to be on this course. You're not too tall to be trying to static things, but at the same time, you're not too small to where these gaps are impossible for, not impossible, but require more power.
Very solid. Nice and calculator run there.
Absolutely, a 33-second run. And it's crazy to think that a 33-second run isn't even going to be among the top 3 times right now.
Right.
We can see Macklin lands himself into 6th place with that run for now. But we have 9 clears at the moment and many more to come. Mark Roush, age 32. Coming out of the Northeast region. Placed 8th in the regular season. Any idea what his shirt says there, Phil?
I'm not sure. Oh, Jump Climb Extreme out of Maryland.
There we go. Oh! Whoa! Let's see if we get a replay on that. Hand slipped out as he was trying to reach back.
Yeah,
so that was crazy. You can see him right here. You see that he's peeling, and then right there, he tried to recover.
Hand.
Yep. And he tried to save it with his right, and then save it with his left, and then save it with his right again. It just, unfortunately, that back and forth did not pan out the way he wanted.
So we have, I believe, our first Vitality athlete of the day, TJ Kelly.
TJ was ranked 12th in the regular season in the New England division. He's going to look back a little bit, making sure that he can pop right through, build up a backswing, and there we have it. Going to just quickly shuffle his hands around that shelf so he can gather momentum. Smart using the platform to kick back so he can properly dismount.
Right through the ring slider.
Oh, gets a little wobbly on tire dash, but goes far enough to get on a driver's ed.
Just going to run out of time there, but good awareness on that last tire especially. He knew that he was tripping up, but he just looked right up onto that trapeze.
Yeah, and you can see just how wild that third tire went. Almost threw off his footwork. But he manages to stay centered on the last tire. We're now moving on to 29-year-old David Vergara. David ready to knock that mat right over. Gonna match and grab right up.
Going right through. He's gonna try to go for the link here. He does. Big backswing.
And there we have it. Right onto the ring. Oh,
no!
Just didn't get high enough on that trampoline. It was such a smooth run up till that point.
Yeah,
we can see that the links were working.
Yeah, the thing with this ring slider is you want to get low so you get enough speed into it. But, just misses.
Wow. That was not expected, but regardless, a solid run up to that point. Now we've got Richard Gardner 57-year-old athlete stepping up to the starting line, taking on the rest of the amateur division.
Out of the Grit Ninja, you can see his daughter Emily, who will be competing in elites later, coaching him on the sidelines.
Ooh, looked like he wanted to link there. Definitely had the positioning for it. Just not committing just yet.
Got this time. Now he's gonna go for the static here. Go for the pop.
Oh!
Yeah, slips.
Had his hands on the bowl. His fingers just peeled off.
Let's see
Up to that
again.
point. At
So
the
he
same
got
time, we're
through the
seeing
shove.
a lot of power generation there out of him, which could be very useful during the challenge course. See how that plays out. But first, we got Chris Molnar, another Ninja Mania athlete.
And he's
Here
off.
we go. Right into it with links.
Big links. Wow, links the entire thing.
Not wasting any time. Again, part of me is wondering why they're taking such a high swing on the dismount of the ring slider there. But regardless, it works for Chris as he finishes with the second fastest time of the day.
Massive
so far.
links. The whole Lachey lane. I don't think we've seen that all week.
And that is definitely going to be what makes the difference between some of our runs going over or under 30 seconds.
As you can see, we have reached the double digits, 10 finishers.
Yep. Suddenly my prediction of 12's feeling pretty good. We got another dexterity athlete, Timothy Lazarovich. Stepping on up. Pushing through Thump and right into the Lachays.
Links through.
Taking an extra swing. A little bit of caution, but calculated caution.
Getting set up for that dismount. Right into the ring slider.
And there we go. Gonna sprint right through tire dash and take on driver's ed.
Just a little sideways. Can he get himself set back? Goes for it. Oh.
Down Brady goes. Or not Brady. This was Timothy. They just switched the title card there. Timothy, all the credit to him, was making this course look easy. Just had a quick crooked motion on driver's ed there, as you can see, and that not only ate up his time, but led to his downfall for now. Now we are on Brady Butler. Brady has been to the World Championship 5 times. Trains at the Grit. Was 6th place in the New England region this season.
Setting up for a big link there.
Ooh.
Big power. Nice slow launch angle right onto the platform.
Very light, quick feet through the tire dash there. Gonna hop right in as centered as possible once again. And that is the most perfectly even we've seen anybody take on driver's ed, hitting that buzzer.
Yeah, for
Again, you
sure.
can see his follow-through technique.
Yep,
on
and
those
on
plays.
driver's ed, you can tell he had a plan. He kept his hands close together, trying to minimize the amount of sway in those wheels.
And we now have 11 finishers. Matthew Sakalis, 36-year-old athlete, coming into the Masters division. Matthew is a The two-time world finalist, trained at the Movement Lab in New Jersey. Was 10th place in the Northeast region.
Here we go. Into the trapeze.
Great move. And he's just got to grab that bowl now.
Oh,
and I think
toe
it's
taps.
feet tapped. Yep.
Oh,
That is going to do it for Matthew's run. Up to that point, was moving very smoothly, very solid. See that pop over to the trapeze. But yeah, it's just that toe tap that does him in. Had a firm grip on the bowl as well.
yeah.
Unfortunate.
But I'm sure he's going to give it his all for the challenge course.
Absolutely. We now have 7 runners left. Matthew Cancro at the starting block now. Matthew's been doing Ninja for 5 years, 7th place in the Northeast region.
Set up here for this trapeze into the shelf. Kicks right off the dismount. Can you get it? There he goes. Now for the ring slider.
And
We have enough time to get through to the coins, the tires.
It doesn't look like they gave it to him.
That was close.
He might have run out of time just before touching that trapeze bar on driver's ed. But look at how smoothly he was running. Maybe took just one too many swings. And that might have done him in. But he sped right through the ring slider and was doing really well. Might have just missed that touch point by about a half a second. But Kyle Rear is up now. Kyle's gotten to see a lot of the speed required to take this course on. I think we could see a lot of big things from him. Kyle trains out of Next Level Ninja. He was 2nd in Northeast standings for the adult division. He was 11th in overall standings. Been training Ninja for 6 years. Now he's stepping up to the amateur division, taking on even more athletes than before. A little sideways on that swing, but he's matching and going. Pops right through. Maybe looked like he wanted to link through the trapeze, but only got part of his hand on there.
Right into the bowl.
Yeah. There you go. Big jump out of Kyle. Oh, having to take an extra swing there. Gonna pump forward. There we go. Not the prettiest run, but he still could have time to hit this buzzer.
Oh, he
Looks like he's
has
gonna
it.
skip. Yes. There we go, with a time of 42.9 seconds. We can see that he was really trying to start off strong. Had a couple of extra swings here and there. Had that pull back on the ring slider that cost him some time, but he definitely made up for it on these last 2 obstacles.
Absolutely recovered very well.
See that skip of the last wheel, sending him straight to the buzzer. Could have maybe grabbed it, but might not have had enough time, so it was a very smart last second call from Kyle. And now we have 12 clears. Hey, my prediction was pretty spot on so far. Zachary Burkholder still holding the top time with 26.97 seconds, a run that I still have a hard time believing. But Chris Molnar, 0.4 seconds behind him. Mackenzie Peterson rounding out the top 3 with another sub 30-second run. Quite the eventful placement course. Currently, those are going to be your last 3 runners on the challenge course. But at the same time, that could very well change. Or was that everybody? Actually, that might be everybody. All right, well, was just informed that that is going to be it for the placement course. So your last runner is going to be on the challenge course, Zachary Burkholder. 26 athletes today, not 27. Might have had a no-show. But let's talk about that first place run out of Zachary and that second place run out of Chris and that third place run out of Mackenzie. Absolutely insane. We only had 2 runs go sub 30 seconds. And now we have 3 more just in this one division.
There's Chris's
alone.
run. Chris linking through everything in this run. Massive pulls.
And you could see that he was changing the direction of his body there on driver's ed, trying to take into account how much the wheels were spinning around.
Look at that link right there. So fluid.
When we get to driver's ed, you'll see it a little better again. Quick light work. You can see that he's out to the side, but he just kind of swivels himself around so he can dismount straight off to the buzzer. Veteran move out of Chris.
Mackenzie also linking.
Yep, that really seemed to be what made the difference between all of these runners. The ones that went under 30 seconds were the ones that linked everything. And at the same time, we still have 9 other buzzers.
Here's Zach.
Zach just popping right through.
Using that Dexterity Depot trademark parkour through the speed course.
There we go. Tapping that buzzer quite a few times. Cementing his spot at the top of the leaderboard. Again, nobody got eliminated during this race or during this course run. It's just going to be reverse order of the leaderboard. It's going to be our official run order for the challenge division. Challenge course, I mean. Some of you might be wondering, how do we decide the run order for the placement course then, if this is meant to decide the run order for the challenge course? Well, we randomize it.
Yep, I feel like this is a really cool way to, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again, it's a really cool way to set the run order. Have it be based entirely on skill, your best course run on a super fast speed course where you have to lay everything out on the line. Just reverse the run order.
And just like that, you can see the run order for the challenge course now. Mark Roush going to be our first runner of the division. First runner on the challenge course of the day. You can see that the athletes are strategizing with the coaches right now. We're going to have some very interesting technical obstacles, if anything, from yesterday. If there's anything we took away from yesterday, it's the fact that this is going to be a lot about generating swing and changing directions with your body as quickly and efficiently as you possibly can. Why don't you break down some of the obstacles that we're about to see here, Phil?
Yeah, so yesterday we started off with the pole vault, and today starting off with the pole vault and into a trapeze swing. hopping over to our first major crux point, which is the sky hooks. As you can see there, the last sky hook is a 90-degree turn. So many technical moves on this course, so much power, core strength, grip strength. It's really a full body course here. And after that, we have the kaleidoscope, which is really awesome. You got to swing up. The squares shake side to side as you're going on it, so you have to have perfect core strength, perfect balance getting through that. Dropping onto the log runners right into the boats. The boats were super cool yesterday. Angled cliffhangers on these big propeller looking things. What were some of your favorites from yesterday's course? Oh, actually, one more obstacle. Forgot to mention, of course, Area 53. Big ring lache up onto pipe coaster, then ride that down to some UFOs, then a massive reach up to a UFO where you have to like do a reverse grab and spin around up to the finish. What were some of your favorites from yesterday?
I was about to say Area 53 was probably my favorite. It's such a big move at the end of such a tricky course, and it's one of those things where you have to have at least 25 seconds coming into that obstacle for a solid attempt. Very rarely did we see someone fall and get a retry and still have enough time to get to the buzzer. And I think it's one of those one of the mental aspects of the sport. I like seeing that come into play. At the same time, it just looks fun because it spans almost an entire lane. It's just massive. Big throws, big slide down, big pops up on the discs. That's just so much fun. At the same time, we were seeing a tactic from the preteen males on the boats that made the obstacle that much more interesting, where they would start in the middle of the log run. They would stop themselves on a flat platform and then just sprint right through the log run and jump into the first boat so they could just pop themselves right over to the second and get through the obstacle in about 2 seconds, which saves them a lot of time for Area 53, which, as I just said, you're going to need a lot of time for. So I do like seeing the different approaches to specifically the boats in Area 53, but at the same time, we've seen a lot of beta broken and a lot of different strategies on things like the skyhooks and the kaleidoscope, which definitely excite me. There has rarely been an instance where two athletes have used the same strategy on those obstacles. So I'm excited to see how all of these amateur athletes are going to be attacking the course. Now, with that said, we do have the challenge course format that we should probably go over. For some of you, I realize this might be your first experience with this new format. It's totally fair. This is the first time we're using it outside of yesterday. So the challenge course is going to consist today of 7 obstacles, and these athletes will have 2 retries in their back pocket. However, each retry must be used on different obstacles. You cannot fail the same obstacle twice or your run is over. So, for example, skyhooks is obstacle 3. If you fall on the skyhooks, you get a redo. If you beat it, then you will continue through the course, but you will only have 1 retry left. However, let's say you fail the skyhooks the first time, you get to reset, and then you fail it the second time, your run will be over. So essentially, do not fail the same obstacle twice, and you will be all right.
And we saw a lot of really interesting strategies, ways to tackle this format yesterday. For example, if you, I believe we saw some yesterday where if you didn't get the reach on the boat the first time around and you just drop, reset, think it through, wait for the timer stops, and then you go again, try to figure out what you did wrong. It's just really cool just each obstacle's kind of like in its own little world, and you got to solve each one. Especially with this format, really like it.
Yeah, and just as you said, when an athlete falls on an obstacle, their timer is stopped. That way the staff can reset the obstacle, and the athlete will not be penalized on time for it. And it's one of those things where you might have to think maybe it's smarter to drop off an obstacle sometimes. You know, the sky hooks will involve a lot of directional changes. You can see behind the leaderboard right there, we're going to have a ring swinging over to a second freestanding ring. You'll have to hop it around to a hook, straighten your body out, and then make that sky hook pop with a 90-degree turn. And all of those directional changes, if they send you spinning out and you are losing some time, it might be better to just drop down, save yourself the 15 seconds that you could lose trying to redirect your swing, and better it in your second attempt. Or at the same time, some athletes just might not want that drop at all. You know, it's a bit of a new element to the sport. Obviously, no one really intentionally drops down from an obstacle. Ninja has not really been like that ever. They've always been taught to push through. But at the same time, if this maximizes both their chances at attempting an obstacle with better technique and as well as getting to some of the later obstacles with more time on the clock, that might be the play.
Absolutely, especially like you said on this kind of obstacle, where definitely we're wondering why some athletes yesterday were kind of staying there, staying on the obstacle when they could pause, take a retry. But it's all up to the athlete. If they feel like they can get through the obstacle, absolutely, by all means, go for it.
You can see here again, Mark Roush, Matthew Sukalis, and Alex Breitenstein going to be our first runners of the amateur division on the challenge course. Another run I wanted to spotlight here was Kyle Rear's run. It was pretty intense in the sense that he definitely showed that he had the skills necessary to get through these courses. But I think he was maybe rushing a little bit. He ended up throwing his body a little too far forward on these laches, where you could tell he can link. He just maybe got a little overexcited. It's a little stumble on the dismount of ring slider as well. Put him not in the greatest position for time, but managed to skip right through with a little over 2 seconds left on the clock. That final dismount definitely is what helped him out. You can see Kyle in the bottom left of your screen talking strategy, trying to figure out how to get through the rest of this course. And directly above him, you can see the kaleidoscope, our fourth obstacle of the challenge course. You see some cliff ledges, you see some bars there. You'll most likely have to make a rotation for dismounting on those rings directly into the log run, which is going to be 2 logs that spin and a little platform in the middle, similar to the log split that we saw at the World Championship last month. And again, Kyle's run was the slowest clear out of all 12 that we saw, which, again, I'm going to pat myself on the back. I predicted 12. We got 12 buzzers. Great run.
Great. We should be getting ready soon.
Yep, it looks like Mark Roush might be stepping up to the starting line soon. Just have to, give the athletes a little bit of time to assess the course. Got to give our crew some time to move their cameras around so we can give you some of the better angles for this course. Now, something to note, 26 athletes in this division, only 4, the top 4, will be advancing to the Premier Series finals. Phil, who have you got?
Now, I would say who I was super impressed with, obviously, all these guys, but I think someone that really stood out to me was Chris Molnar. He just was linking like crazy, and I feel like that will play into his strengths here. Yep, as you can see, I mentioned it before, but he just had some really good links, really good body awareness. I feel like that's going to really help him here on this challenge course.
Absolutely. I could definitely see a strong run out of him. I am going to put my money on Zachary Burkholder with our fastest time. Sub 27. That's the fastest run we've had all weekend. And you can just see that not only does he have the skills, the power, the technique, but he's also got that quick decision making, as you can see with that dismount. He knows when and where to save time. And I think that's going to be a huge advantage, especially going last on the challenge course, getting to see all of the other athletes run.
Absolutely. But even if you're early in the run order, it doesn't necessarily mean you're doomed, because as we saw yesterday, Charlie Ball.
Yes. We did have quite a few athletes as well in the younger divisions. I believe it was Aiden Ayers ran somewhere in the middle of the pack and managed to not only get in the top 4, but landed, I believe, 3rd. Got on the podium, punched his ticket into finals. So run order definitely can affect things, but at the same time, if an athlete's able to put it together in their head and properly execute, it could spell for disaster for the later runners, as the earlier runners had the chance to make a statement, throw down the gauntlet early, and put the pressure on the other athletes to follow suit.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of athletes set the bar high. And almost ready to go here for the challenge course, the amateur men.
After that, we're going to get back to the placement course with the amateur female division. Again, that's going to be a combination of the young adult, adult, and master divisions from the regular season. These are aspiring elite athletes, all of which who could move up to that top division in the future. And it looks like we are getting ready to go. Mark Roush up on the sideline. Up on the starting line, I mean. Had a rather unfortunate mistake on the placement course. Little careless, but definitely not a testament of the skill level of this athlete.
Definitely just a little slip of the hand cost him on the Lachey lane. Let's see if he can get some redemption here.
Was 8th place in the Northeast region this past season. 32 years old. Just bouncing right into the pole vault. That pole comes down a lot easier now with our older athletes, as they weigh a bit more than the kids. He's going to steady himself up and just jump right into the big swing. Good landing.
Now for the first crux point, the sky hooks.
Oh, choosing to go back. Okay, I could see the vision here. Swinging right in for that
Good
far
reset.
hook.
And he gets the reach there.
Trying to change direction, possibly to get a 180. Oh, but now he's kind of out and around. Yeah, you had to get your hand on that side.
Oh, just misses.
For our audience members, you can see the yellow rectangle under Mark's name. That indicates that one of his retries is about to be used. If his If he does not complete the sky hooks, his run will end here. If he does, he will continue with, whoa!
Just slips off.
He maybe could have used a little more chalk. Didn't seem so much like a strength problem. He was locked off for quite a lot of that, but maybe just sweaty hands. It's going to be a tough break for Mark Roush, but still an amazing performance as a whole. Just getting here in general, being eligible for this, it goes to show that these are some tough athletes. And if someone like Mark is tripping up on the sky hooks, it just goes to show the course designers here at Ferox did not mess around.
Absolutely not. This is a super tough course, as we've seen all weekend long. We have Matt Tsoukalis up next.
Matt Tsoukalis has been to the World Championship twice. Trains at the Movement Lab in New Jersey. We've had quite a few lab rats yesterday in the younger divisions compete. Nice to see a good stretch of lab rats across all ages.
Going for that
Trying
dismount.
to generate some swing, and I don't think he got it.
No, he just missed it there at dismount.
You guys can see in the bottom right, his timer was frozen and resumes when the lights flash for him to go again.
Can he get it this time?
Might have to climb a little higher on the pole than he did in his first attempt. Yep, gonna get that dismount now.
Oh, he missed
No.
it. No. So close.
Heartbreaking. Let's see if we can see possibly another angle of that. We just see him vanish behind the platform. And unfortunately, that specific bolt of lightning strikes twice for Matt Tsoukalis. Alex Brittenstein makes the, I believe he had another rough grab on the Lachey lane in the placement course. My brain's already jelly, and I'm already blurring their runs together. Awesome.
Oh, good. We've had so many amazing runs.
We have. Alex, though, just waiting for the thumbs up from the refs. We've got some very experienced athletes here. Some very strong contenders. Like Alex. Alex was 9th place in the Northeast region. A lot of top 10 ninjas here in their respective divisions for the regular season. All coming together for this Clash of the Titans, the amateur division. And again, I'm going to keep saying it. I think many of these folks could go elite.
You were correct. He did have a slip up on the Lachey lane. See if he can get some revenge here.
I'm glad my brain isn't as mush as I thought so far.
It's been an action-packed weekend of competition.
Yes, it has. And it's only going to continue as Alex is getting the thumbs up from the refs real soon. Shout out to Xavier Dantzler.
One of our course designers as well.
It's a great course.
Along with, of course, Zach and Ramsey holding down the fort here at Ferox.
And there we have it. Alex is onto the pole vault, gets a nice high grab, maybe trying to avoid making the same mistake that Matthew did. Coming right up to the sky hooks. It's only the third runner, but we have yet to see anyone clear sky hooks. Oh, tried to just pop that second ring off, but he's
great
gonna
lock off
recollect.
there.
And he's going to just turn himself around with minimal swings. So now he can generate however he pleases to try and get that 90-degree rotation.
And he's
There
got
it
it
is.
right to the dismount.
He's going to chalk up a little bit more before taking on Kaleidoscope. Now there's no ledge on that second square. He's going to have to make the rotation from the bar and then lâcher to the cliff ledge. Sizing it up. Deep breaths.
He
holds
it.
on.
Pull back here.
And again, early runners might not necessarily be at a disadvantage here. Alex, our third runner, now facing off on the second to last obstacle, the boats. And this has been a troublesome area in terms of time and grip, as we just see.
Misses with that, on that angle cliffhanger ledge, just misses with the bottom hand. The right hand on the lower part of that boat. He's going to reset, think it through, figure out what he can do different here.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the course to reset. You can see that his timer's frozen with 28 seconds left on the clock. Definitely enough time to get through the boats. Area 53 might be another story. We're just going to have to wait and see how efficient he can move through the obstacles if he gets there. And away we go. Grab those rings. Has an interesting grab there. He only got about 2 fingers around that first ring. The other two on the other side.
He goes for the static. Ah, spins out from him.
You can see he was kind of looking at it. He was staring at that second boat, wondering how to approach that and where he went wrong. He did not go wrong on those skyhooks, though.
No problem on the Kaleidoscope. Great grip strength. That cliff grab. Second log barely moves for him. Really good dexterity there, and then
that was his first fall. And then again, you can see that awkward ring grab. He's kind of smiling through it, but
just misses that static reach on his last attempt. But we'll see where that puts him at the end of this wave.
Now, I know we're only 3 runners into the challenge course, but if anybody has any questions about that format, any clarifications on the rules, feel free to ask it in the chat. Either one of us or someone in the chat will be able to help you out, and we will be happy to do so. Up next, though, we're going to have Richard Gardner. You can see him taking a knee, eyeing down the course. Again, we'll see his daughter Emily compete in the elite division later today. And it looks like we're getting the lights going for Richard. Right into the pole vault we go.
Rich looked really solid in the speed course, but just the placement course, but just had a slip up. But looking strong here. Big dismount there. Chalking up. Getting ready for the skyhooks.
Now, for a lot of the earlier divisions, the first half of runners tended to consist of a race to the skyhooks for a spot on the leaderboard. Richard making good time so far, but of course wants to go further to get higher and higher on the leaderboard.
I think he's going to go for the dismount.
Wow, look at the power. And his back foot just touches on the black mat.
I think he can go for that technique again. He just needs to remember that back foot. Just time it out and try to get a little bit higher launch from there.
I think he could do it as long as he's facing the other direction. He definitely had a good twist technique with that lâcher, but I think if he didn't have to turn himself around in mid-air, he would have definitely had that platform. There we go. It looks like he's just going to skip the ring tech in general. Gather up some more swing. And he lands it this time, does he? Did he clip the back? It doesn't look like it.
Looks like he got it.
They're telling him to keep going, so he's just going to chalk up and face off against the kaleidoscope now.
Great save there.
And you can see his feet slid back, but broke that fall on his knees and hands and managed to protect himself from using up his second fall on that obstacle.
Rich get through this kaleidoscope.
And we see him drop down. This is going to be the second of his 2 retries, so should Richard get through this obstacle, he will not have any safety net in his back pocket anymore.
And
But
give
all
him
about
the technique.
kaleidoscope. Oh, resets.
Resets.
Completely legal, but he might be running low on time. Lights are flashing.
Yeah, oh, yep. Time up, but
It looks like he was really trying to swing. I don't know. They do still have to rotate the kaleidoscope, but
yeah.
in the past we can see here the dismount on the sky hooks.
But then he gets it
The
here. Big
second
save
attempt.
there.
And then we
Those
did
knees
see a
saved him.
skip. We did see a skip on the kaleidoscope in past divisions where they would make a small rotation with their hand and then use the ring to swing over to the second square. Could see more of that in the future, but for now we've got Rich in second place.
I hope I'm still
Alex
that strong when
maintaining
I'm
first.
57.
Oh, me too. What an impressive display. And now we have 4 runners, which means from this moment on, our last 22 runners, I say 22 as if we're well into it. We're 4 runners in. But from now on, cuts will be made. Only the top 4 will be advancing to the finals. So from now on, someone will be bumped out of contention with every run. The question is who and how far are we going to get? And will we see any buzzers? I think it's very likely we will, but we shall see. Matthew Guardo, 60 years old, stepping on up. I believe he is our oldest competitor of this qualifier.
You would be correct.
Coming out of the Northeast region, was 4th place in the regular season. It looks like we're going to get him going real soon. Got the thumbs up from Xavier. Maybe asking a couple more questions, but it looks like we're ready to go. And here comes Matt Guardo.
Good
Trying to
technique
shimmy
wrapping
way
those
up.
legs. Gets right off onto the trapeze swing.
And there we go, onto the big swing. Coming right into the sky hooks. Now, we recently saw Rich Gardner go for that early dismount. Will we see Matthew Guardo do the same? Looks like he's going to turn himself around. And we're seeing much more control out of these athletes. They're not swinging as side to side. Matt definitely having to make some corrections, but it's not too bad.
And he
Wow,
gets it.
lands that. I didn't even think he had enough power for that with that specific swing. I thought he was going to take one more, but he just popped it right through.
Now
Up he
reach up
goes.
into the kaleidoscope. Gets that cliffhanger ledge. But now he has to move one to get to the next hold.
Good rotation. You can see the grimace, though, in his face. He's pushing through. Going to have to catch that cliff ledge. Hopefully that grimace was more of an awkward
And he's got it.
movement and not so much his grip. As we see Matt Guardo, 60 years old, coming up to the log run, trying to rotate it, perhaps trying to see if it locks. Nope, just trying to flatten it out. Great quick feet. And again, adjusting it so that way he's running against a flat surface. Doesn't
Great
have
work.
to worry about that anymore.
Time's running low, but can he get through these boats?
See the lights starting to flash. He is within 10 seconds now. He's going to try and swing his hand over.
Oh,
And it doesn't look like he's going to have enough time to give it a proper second attempt. But a great run.
fantastic run.
Absolutely. Again, we wanted to be that healthy when we were 57. I want to be this healthy when I'm 60.
Absolutely. He was looking really smooth and controlled that whole run.
I wanna talk about that skyhook pop. Look at that. It was a late straight forward. So precise. And then we could see him fighting on Kaleidoscope. I think it was just that rotation that maybe felt a little weird to him. Because he caught that cliff ledge like nothing. I want to see where he ended up on the leaderboard there. A top 2 run for now. Still behind Alex's time, but at the same time, we are honored to have seen that run. We can see as well that Rich Gardner's run is under review. I do remember thinking that he might have tapped his feet on his second Skyhook's dismount, so perhaps that's what's under review. That could change up his spot on the leaderboard compared to Mark Roush, considering both made it to Skyhooks. If Rich did in fact tap his feet on that black mat, it will come down between him and Mark on who got there faster to the Skyhooks. David Vergara stepping up now. Quick clarification before the course run begins. Fails do not factor into the leaderboard. We are still taking into account over anything else the amount of obstacles cleared and the time in which that is done. The number of fails is just it does not affect the leaderboard directly. It does not change the standings. David Vergara is second in the power ranking today. We have 21 athletes remaining on the challenge course.
Let's see that that close call with Rich Gardner again, if we can, because I want to see if it was incidental or not with that mat. Obviously, that mat's there for safety, but as long as he was over the plane, that might be a good clear. That might be in the clear. So
yeah, most likely that's what they're trying to determine. Did he cross the plane already? Because he landed, he leaned forward, and as he started to fall, his feet shot back out. So we'll have to see if there was any clear way to indicate that he beat the obstacle. But it looks like we're not going to have time for that right now. David Vergara is about to step up. 29-year-old. Here we go.
smoothly up, arms only.
Very fluid movements. Just jumping straight into the big swing. I've said it before, the big swing is one of those obstacles where it's really fun, but you got to get through it quickly for the sake of, if you have to race somebody to the skyhooks, you don't want to hesitate and take too much time on the big swing.
Definitely.
Oh! Wanted to
Just
pop
slips
out.
Yeah, so as you can tell, it's not like a perfect hook. It's kind of just, it kind of tapers off at the ends. So the key to these skyhooks is to get a big backswing out of front swing. See if you can figure that out.
Just like that. Pops right back to where he was before. He has to beat this obstacle or his run will end. And that is
So
going to do
close.
it for David Vergara. Taking a look back, one of the smoothest climbs up the pole vault we've seen. really using his longer arms to his advantage, but I think he wanted to maybe give it one more backswing on that first attempt. He was the fastest to that point, so he will be in 4th place for now. But that does mean that David Vergara is on the bubble with a lot of strong athletes to go. Our next runner is going to be Matthew Cancro. Matthew's been doing Ninja for 5 years. 7th place in the Northeast region this past season. Let's see how he goes. Waiting for the okay from the refs, asking a couple final questions. Looks like we're getting started. Here we go. Good high grab onto the pole vault.
Using those feet well. Right to the dismount.
Good pop on the big swing, and now we're coming up to the obstacle that has many different approaches to it. Kind of shook his head there. I'm not sure if he's comfortable or not, or if he wasn't sure what he's doing. He seems to know what he's doing, though. Yeah, now he's going to straighten himself out. That lock-off really allowing him to stay in one spot, and now he's swinging very far forward. Might be looking at that dismount. Nope. Oh!
Just hit the front, that vertical post. Just needs to get that ring around a little more so he avoids it. He looked like he had the right idea, though. Let's see if he can do it this time.
Once again, locked off and just popping that ring over. Not a lot of sway, which is really good. It's going to allow him to generate that momentum naturally. And here we go again. He's out to the side this time.
He's got it.
You could see that he was kind of shifting to the left a bit, but not too much to the point where he would have missed the hook completely. Great adjustments out of Matthew Cancro. Now he's got to go straight into the kaleidoscope. Not the most amount of time left, but enough time to definitely make it to the boats. He just is going to have to do the kaleidoscope on his first attempt. Hand over hand a little bit. Got a little shaky. And we can see this side-to-side movement, very similar to driver's ed. He's circular, and he launches the whole thing.
But he does get another retry. Let's see if he can figure it out. The key here is to not let the side-by-side motion get you too carried away. You just gotta lock in that core tight, and lock in the core tight, but relax your arms.
Trying to go for that rotation. Again, running low on time, lights flashing. Not as much side-by-side movement, side-to-side. And he catches the cliff ledge, but he is just out of time. You can see the red lights. And it doesn't look like he's going to get the point for kaleidoscope, but a great redemption on that obstacle regardless.
Great work.
Again, you can see him really steadying himself on that skyhook. He had that first attempt where he just hit the very front of the pole.
Then adjusted perfectly.
Absolutely. Time running out as he is trying to push his way through the kaleidoscope. Will not get the point for clearing it as he ran out of time. But he can at least walk away knowing that he did, in fact, clear it.
He's in 3rd place for now.
Scott Seinold, age 47, taking on the amateur course next, rocking the Series 1 shoes and wearing the jump twist shirt. Big hop up. Not really having to climb up the pole vault much. I like that we're seeing more airtime out of these athletes. Oh, whoa, is his foot
What
good?
a save!
It's saved.
What
Wow.
a save! Gonna have to see that one after.
Absolutely.
Wow. Great awareness.
Pulled himself up at the last possible second so that way he didn't touch down. Saves his retry for a later obstacle. And you can see he's one of our taller athletes. His legs were almost touching there. Now he's trying to generate swing, but he's shifting side to side a little bit. You can tell he's tucking his legs in to try and control his momentum. But at the same time, you have to think maybe this is when you drop. There's still a minute left on your clock. You could use that minute not fighting this obstacle and possibly giving it a retry. And it looks like he's going to do just that. 47 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, the key is when you're trying to set up for that swing, to make sure that your weight's already shifted closer to that for that hook before you go. So let's see if he can do that. So he reaches around. Oh, he misses that time. But then he gets it here. As long as he can shift himself closer to it.
He's got the longer arms. Had to reach for it. It landed the ring. Just peeled off. Wow. But let's take a look at that pole vault save. So close to touching the ground. Manages to get his way back up. And that's going to put Scott in 7th. Richard Gardner's run still under review, but this does have him on the bubble as well. And look at the time difference between Matt Cancro and Rich Gardner.
Wow. Quarter of a second.
Quarter of a second.
We actually saw a battle on the bubble for the preteen males yesterday. That was like fourth, fifth, and sixth were all within a second.
It was one of the most stressful events.
But that's the high stakes of this competition. It's the best of the best.
Absolutely. And I will not be surprised if we see many more athletes in the future of this competition, also within a second of each other again. Goes to show that age is just a number here. We've got Rich Gardner, one of our older athletes, just a quarter of a second behind Matt Cancro. There's quite the age gap between them, and they are neck and neck, and we'd love to see it. That's why they're here. That's why they're in our amateur division. Pretty even playing field here. As we head right into our next runner, TJ Kelly. Love to see the picture. I assume that's his daughter. 41 years old. TJ taking on the course.
Pops right off the pole vault. Now, jumping into the big swing. No problem.
Oh, got the strap stuck behind the hook for a second, but he's made that adjustment, and now he's just going to have to turn himself around. Again, that lock-off, not allowing much swing to go side to side, which is a very smart decision. And we can see now that
a good
maybe he's a
backswing
little
here.
crooked.
So work on the backswing, get it going.
There it is.
He does.
Has not used any of his retries yet. Now on Kaleidoscope. Gonna pop right up to the cliff ledge and rotate it. Seeing a lot of lock-off use. Hopefully he is still going to have enough energy for the back half of this course. But he just peels off of that second cliff ledge. 50 seconds Definitely has the potential to still clear. He just can't afford any more mistakes. TJ is making a big move up. Again, very locked off. Gonna have to make a dynamic movement over to the cliffhanger. And there we go. Grabs that ring. Kind of, you can see a little breath of relief there. He's going to just two-step right across the first half. Oh, good recovery using that flat portion. And now he's onto the boats, giving him a top 3 placement for now. And he tries to jump onto the second boat with both hands, but just peels off. That angle doesn't
It's
exactly
still
make
not impossible, though. Get it in 7 seconds.
Nope, you know what? We've seen people do it in less. TJ absolutely has a shot right now. At the same time, I believe this run currently puts him in 3rd place. Beating the boats would send him into 1st for the time being. And here we go. Tries to just launch himself across.
Almost.
And you know what? It's something we've seen done before, so you gotta respect the hustle. TJ
Nice recovery
had a
here.
little, yeah, just a little correction there, but made the rest of the skyhooks look easy. What did him in was this first attempt on the kaleidoscope. Just peeled off, but managed to catch the wedge the second time. You can see him breathing. He kind of stuck his tongue out for a half second. He was feeling it a little bit, and he just had to go for it with 6 seconds left. The one thing that I will say, 2nd place for TJ. Good for him right now. 2 seconds ahead of Matt Gordo. I will say, for the boats, popping right through, we typically saw the preteen athletes do that from the middle of the log run, so that way they could have a little bit more speed and momentum coming into it. They could just jump right into the first boat and use that force to carry themselves into the second, instead of just trying to go from the starting platform. Nick Andreoli coming up on the pole vault, repping the Motive shirt. Here we go, right into the skyhooks. Popping it right around, but just misses that first grab. He's going to reset that and try again. But does he have enough swing this time? Yes, he does. Now he can center himself and focus on either the dismount or that 90-degree rotation. Going to land that hook first and hop into kaleidoscope. Pulls himself up. Wow, very legs high up a lot.
Get that pull up. There he goes. Can he settle himself? Make sure that it doesn't sway too much once he gets through this bar part. Just settle it. Settle
Still
that
going
forward.
circular. Gonna have to. There we go. A little more centered, but he launches that cliff a little too high and diagonal. Gonna use the first of his 2 retries. And back on the course, Nick Andreoli. Using his hand to kind of tap over. Can he reach the bar from there? That's the real question.
Almost.
It kind of raises on his front swing, but he seems to have done it this time. I don't know. It's kind of going crazy now. And he's running low on time as well. The lights are flashing. I think this is going to do it. Whoa.
It's a gamble because when you go side to side, because the ring's attached to the bar, and the bar goes side to side. And when you're swinging side to side with the ring, it also rotates the bar, which rotates the squares, if that makes sense. So it is a gamble. I mean, it was a good idea because he could reach up like right to the bar, but just didn't quite get it. Still, nonetheless, very solid run out of Nick.
You can take a look at the leaderboard. Nick puts himself into 4th place, currently sitting in the hot seat, was the fastest to Kaleidoscope out of the people who did not clear it. We have quite a handful of runners left with 16 to go. So this top 4, no one is safe, no one is guaranteed their spot in the finals just yet. And it looks like Rich Gardner's run is no longer under review. The clear on Skyhooks stands, but unfortunately for Rich, he will not be qualifying for the finals. Still an amazing effort. Very good to see that redemption. Taking a look back at Nick's run as well. Or no, this is Rich. This is Rich. There we go. Tries to get that big swing first. Yeah, you saw that first touch, but this is the moment that was under review, and it looks like they're giving him the clear for it.
Yep, he
Body
had already
does
crossed the
plane.
Yeah, he had already crossed the plane, and it was just a very small amount of incidental contact on that pit pillow.
And now we're going to take it back to the starting line for Luke Lowell Lizanki. I don't know why I said that right. In the placement course, and then whiffed it this time. Sorry about that, Luke. You can see Luke wearing the 2020 World Championship shirt. Been around the block a few times. You can't tell by that. Just waiting for the thumbs up from the rest of the Ferox crew. We still have a lot of runners, including we haven't gotten to our 12 finishers from the placement course.
That's right.
Kyle Rear is the first of those finishers, and that is 4 runs away. You can see Luke taking a seat, though, probably being told to wait a little bit. Phil, how tough is it to be up at the starting line and then being told to wait a little longer?
It depends. Personally, it's a little tough because you want to get that run going. But sometimes it can also be an advantage because you can think through the course a little bit, take some more deep breaths. But let's see, he's off already.
Good high grab on the pole vault. Very smooth. He's jumping right up. Oh, not even needing to jump. He's just going to pull that ring off the hook. Get a good swing over to that second ring.
Shift that weight. He's going to get the momentum going first. Moves over.
Oh,
Ooh.
just a little short.
He was leaning a little too back, I think, but he had a good swing. He had the momentum and power, definitely. So he can definitely get this.
Absolutely. Just going to have to give a little more oomph. But I think he knows exactly what he needs to fix now. That is going to cost him one of his 2 retries, though. Just going straight for the dismount, it seems.
And he's got it.
Wow. Have not seen anybody try that using the back ring on the strap. Kind of made it a little awkward, but is he...
Ooh, one-handed. Nice work.
He just absolutely destroyed the kaleidoscope. And is making very good time up to the boats. I believe that is the fastest time to this point, if not the second fastest.
Now grabbing
But-
the ring. Can he be the first to Area 53 in this division?
About to say, of course, you know he wants that clear. Look
Big
at the
static.
hold on that. Now he's just going to have to touch down with his foot.
And he's got it.
He's going to face off against Area 53. He's only going to have time for one good attempt, generating the power up to
gotta
that
go
trapeze
soon.
on the coaster.
He's got to throw it right here. He wants a shot, and he's
And
got
he
it.
gets it.
Has the time.
He's going to have to pull himself up. The light's flashing, though. Oh, just a little low on the wheel. You have to have your hands perfectly even on there. But what a great run. That's going to put him in first place for now.
Yep, our farthest athlete so
Again.
far on this course misses
see
at
that
first, then decides to
he
go.
hit the hook, but he didn't go around it.
Then one-handed
This was an
it.
impressive. Yeah.
Big static there as well. Lots of statics. Lots of big reaches on his run. Really figuring out the best way for himself to do this course.
And you can see he got his right hand high enough on Area 53, his left hand a little close to the middle, and that uneven grab threw him off and took away his chance at the buzzer, but still an amazing run from Luke Lowell Zamke. Got 3 L's in his initials, took no L's on the course. Timothy Lazarevic coming right around out of the Dexterity Depot. Had a very close clear, nearly cleared that placement course, and that run earned him one of the spots in the middle of this run order. Gonna try and possibly turn around and launch, and that's exactly what he does.
Gets
Now
it
just has
first
to
go.
Clean up that swing for the dismount. Perfect.
There he goes. He's got plenty of time left.
You can
Reaches
see
right
that
up in the bar.
these athletes are really trying to use the strap on the ring to pull and rotate the kaleidoscope before really making any reaches.
Exactly. Now for the logs. Gets through that. Will be
Take
the
a
next
stride.
athlete.
We
through
saw the
boats.
log on log run already spinning. Can't help but wonder, was that a reset thing, or did he hit the floor with so much impact that it spun the log?
That puts him in
Either
first place
way.
so far.
Fastest to Area 53 by far. I mean, by far I say that as he's 1 out of 2 people to make it to this point so far. But it looks like he's going to generate enough swing for that trapeze onto the coaster. He's
You
going
get
to have
this
to
reverse.
turn around.
Oh,
Oh,
needs to
good
save it.
save, though. He's now a little crooked, though. He's going to have to center himself if he wants to jump up to that first disc.
Oh, he's side to side. No.
And I think that's going to do it for him. The lights are starting to flash. He's within 10 seconds. And he would have had it. I think that clear was right there.
Just, but when you're in the moment, sometimes just think of a different strategy and it doesn't always play out. But what a run! Didn't need any retries. Got all the way to the very end of Area 53 with the fastest time. That puts him in first place. Great
See
work.
the one step through the log run, using his height and his stride to his advantage there. And you know, we're not seeing as many backswings from the amateur division that we did from the younger divisions. You know, bigger athletes able to generate power a little quicker, taking fewer
Just
swings.
slipped.
And that's going to
for that
put
static.
Timothy in first place for now by a comfortable margin, 16 seconds ahead of Luke. But at the same time, we have a lot of runners left. We have 14 to go, including our 12 placement course finishers. So anything can happen. Answering a question in the chat, yes, the amateurs have the same 2 retries rule. that rule will be the same throughout all divisions in the Premier Series at every qualifier. Alex Fodor stepping up, 16 years old, 12th in the Northeast region. Just waiting for that pole to be reset. Xavier having to do a little extra work, climbing the truss a bit. But they seem ready to go.
And he's off.
A little bit of a low grab on the pole. Probably could have had some more height there, but is going to have to pull himself up a little more.
No problem with the dismount, though.
Jumping right into big swing. Like I said, that lack of hesitation on that obstacle can be very useful for time. And here we go, centering himself, looking at the hook. Just didn't get it around.
Yeah. But he's got a chance to reset.
Timer will resume when everything is reset and he gets the 3, 2, 1 go, which you can see on the lights. Are we going to see it again? I think he just went a little early. I think if he took maybe one extra swing, he would have had that power that he needed. But you could tell that he was moving with a big sense of urgency. Did cost him as he maybe jumped the gun on these sky hooks on both attempts, but still a great effort out of Alex Fodor. Currently, TJ Kelly is in 4th place on the bubble. In order to take a top 4 spot right now, you need to make it to the boats in under 1 minute 40 seconds. We're going to come right up next with Jorge Armas Lopez, rocking the SoFlo shirt. SoFlo, relatively new to the ninja scene, over in Topino Beach, Florida. And away we go. Big high leap onto the pole vault.
Gonna be able to throw himself right off of there, no problem. Ooh, big stuntman roll it there.
Giving us a little bit of style and a lot of efficiency there. Again, we're seeing that lock off.
Yeah.
Allowing him to collect himself more or less. He is a little twisted up, but it's working for him. I think I see what he was trying to go for. He was trying to, when he swung out to the left, launch off into the hook, but I think he was still a little too far to the right for that to really work. So now he's going to use the first of his 2 retries. Just skips it entirely, goes for the dismount.
But I think he overshot.
So they're giving him the clear on the sky hooks, but they're marking that as a fail on Kaleidoscope due to the fact that he did fall past the starting platform and onto the ground, which means this is his 2nd retry, and this is his only attempt on Kaleidoscope.
But
he clears it, and now he has absolutely no safety net. One fail will end his run, just like that. And we've seen that he used both of his retries.
Definitely showed his strength, though, that run.
Absolutely. So much so that he ended up overshooting, unfortunately. Good roll on the big swing to control that momentum. And again, we see that he wanted to shoot himself out to the side. Gets that dismount, but falls. Yep, you see his back touch the pad there. And that cost him a redo, which could have been very useful on the boats. Could have had a 2nd attempt. But regardless, that puts him in the 3rd place right now. And the difference between Jorge and Alex's times or just a little over a second. Alex now on the bubble. But with that, we are now getting into our 12 finishers from the placement course. First up being 18-year-old Kyle Rear. I'm going to see just how well these athletes perform. We've seen them hit buzzers before. We know they're capable of beating a course, but the challenge course, much more technical and a little trickier to figure out. It's one of those, it's like a math problem that has 5 different ways of solving. You have to figure out which method works best for you on these obstacles.
That's one of the best parts of Ninja as a whole, and I think this format really accentuates that.
I think this course does a great job at showing that as well. We're seeing Kyle take a different approach. We've seen about 6 or 7 different strategies on the skyhook. He's a little twisted up with his hand there, and now he's a little side to side, but he seems to know how to regather his swing. Yep. And there we have it. Oh, on the very edge. Way to correct that. Way to save that.
Good awareness.
I'm going to have to check that out later on. What a great correction there. And
he's got
landed
it.
the hook. Took a little bit of time, but at the same time, he's still got both of his retries to use for later on in the course if he needs it. And he's just going to take a big old swing and reach right up for the bar. Shuffle his hands over. Not really going side to side. Good start. And he just
misses the grab.
finger. Yeah, didn't get enough of his fingers onto that ledge. He's going to have to try again. And once again, we're seeing the twist from the ring affect the kaleidoscope itself. It does kind of minimize the movements here. And we'll see with Kyle down again, but still a very impressive display today. We've had a lot of close calls out of Kyle specifically, and we've seen time and time again that he has more than enough skill and technique. We see again as he went for that swing, perfect, but just before that almost popped off the hook and had to launch himself back. The self-awareness and the ability to control your body in that fashion is a pro move.
Absolutely.
Now we're going to see
Our
AJ Nadell.
He's our next athlete that did finish the course, the placement course.
You see here that Kyle Rear was the only athlete out of our clears to finish above 40 seconds. Everyone else had a sub 40 time. And that's not to discredit Kyle's achievements whatsoever, but needless to say, we have some speed demons lined up in this division. Shimmying his way up. Knee pole vault. Good landing. And again, no hesitation. Just jump for it. And you know what? A bit of an underrated thing, but having to position your legs high enough to where you get a good enough swing to send yourself far enough into the mat, that's something that is very important, and these athletes can do it with ease. They can do it in their sleep, really. Looks like he's going for that dismount.
Right for the dismount. Look at that time left.
Yeah, AJ is flying right now. If he can make it to the boats without mistakes, he'll have so much time that it'll put him in the top 3 currently. But you know he's got his eyes set on the buzzer. Oh!
Ooh, good save there.
Slid off a little bit. Looks like he's going to go for that second boat. Almost knocks it away from him, but re-grabs it. And he's going to send himself forward.
He's got it.
And he is the fastest to this point, which currently puts him in first place. But of course,
Chalking up.
with a lot of time left on the clock, you know he's going to want to try and get that clear. Hitting that buzzer is one of the best possible ways you can position yourself with so many talented athletes to come. Not high enough.
Yep.
But 23 seconds for him. You think he can do it in 23 seconds?
I think it's doable. He just needs to get going, get a good couple kicks.
Here we go. Maybe not the most amount of height there. Gonna have to try one more time. And goes for it, but once again does not get that height. Perhaps a little gassed out from the rest of the course. Generating the power, again, it's gonna be a common theme on this course, and it's not going to be easy the deeper you go into it.
Still great run out of AJ. Getting that big skip there. Going through the kaleidoscope, no problem. Just didn't stop moving. He had a very good time. I could see that lasting till top 4, still being good for the top 4, but we will see.
Yeah, it's really tough to tell with 10 runners left, but either way, a very impressive time to Area 53. I do think we'll see some buzzers, but I also do have faith that time could be enough. Giovanni Lopez stepping on up. Strong up-and-coming ninja. Trains a lot of these specific skills quite a lot. Know him through some social media platforms, and I see a lot of his training clips. We have a little group chat with some friends that we got going on. So I know for a fact that he has the skill to take on the skyhooks.
Goes right to the reach.
How quickly is he going to do it? One of our taller athletes. He looks like landing it perfectly. Coming into the kaleidoscope. Ignoring the chalk. Doesn't really want to deal with it right now. You can see he's got Nick on his sideline. Side to side, but catches the cliff anyways. Gonna have to take one extra swing. He's a little wild, but he's moving. Good save.
Chalk up here.
Again, choosing not to. Oh, gonna hold on with one hand, not quite. But at the same time, he does have about 20 seconds left to make it through the boats faster than AJ and take first place for now. Just gonna have to see what happens. Gonna grab the ring, play it a little safer this time. And again, he can use that reach to his advantage. I don't think he's going to have first place off a time for there, but he still has a lot of time to defeat Area 53 and be our first clear, but he's going to trip over the platform first. And from there, he's not wasting any time. He knows he's got to go. Look,
massive kick. He could go right here, and he does.
Big move. He's going to have to turn himself around. We saw Timothy go sideways on this. We can't see that again.
Just got a little too much backwards momentum there. Couldn't quite grab on, stop that wheel from spinning. But he has enough time. If he can do one kick like he just did, I think he has a shot.
Absolutely. This is one of those where you really have to arch yourself up and give yourself a nice pop instead of a swing out. So we shall see. Not generating as much power on his first swing as last time. But, does not get enough height. Might have just been tired. But either way, taking a look back at that run, manages to just pop that hook right around.
Very smooth there. And that massive save he had here had to drop. But then he gets it here.
And look at how high he got as well. Oh my goodness. Still a great run. That's going to put Giovanni in second place by 0.2 seconds over Timothy. AJ still holding on to that top time to Area 53. We shall see, with 9 runners to go, how this top 4 will continue to be shaken up. And just to put a little bit of love on some of our other athletes here, our top 4 currently consists of 2 people who hit the buzzer on the placement course and 2 people who did not, which goes to show that placement course isn't everything. Your run order placement can affect things, but it's definitely not something that cements whether or not you're qualifying, as we see Timothy and Luke in 3rd and 4th, with decent shots at advancing to the finals at the moment.
Should take a look at our run order. Let's see who's up next. We got Brady Butler, Brody Messier, Macklin Cook. We got 9 runners left. 9 athletes hoping they can get themselves into the top 4, move on to the Premier Series finals in November here in Brooklyn.
And it looks like Brady's on the course right now, taking on the pole vault. I say as he just jumps straight into the big swing and now onto the sky hooks. Definitely moving with that speed we saw on the placement course out of him. Cleared that course with a time of 36.25 seconds. Oh! Bounces back on that dismount. Looked like he had it.
Yeah, I thought he had it too, but see if he can readjust here.
Great move again, bringing that blue ring over. Going to go for that 180 and the dismount once again. Swinging his way on up. Is he going to just go straight for that ring? Yes, he is, and he just peels off. Tough trying to maneuver your head under that second square and then grabbing the ring.
I feel like going for the cliff
possibly considering doing it again.
I'd rather go for the cliffhanger, but let's see. All right, he's trying to go the normal way.
Cliffhanger. But he is side to side a lot, and he is tucking those legs up to try and control that swing. It's a little better now, but he is still moving a bit circular. Shaking out, and I think he's just going to drop down. Yep. Unfortunate way to end, but at the same time, he took a lot of big risks. As you can see, he went straight for that dismount without hitting those. And that backfired, but still got very close to doing so. And then going for the ring here, he had one of his hands just crossed over the other.
Yeah.
If not, I think he would have caught that. I think that move is definitely doable.
Definitely.
Just have to be precise with where you're grabbing those rings. As you can see, we're waiting for that sky hook to be reset. We'll also go right in. See Brady landing in 9th place for the time being. Brody Messier is going to be our next runner. Coming out of the Ninja Lab. And here we go.
Nice high grab on the pole vault.
Good tuck back. Going right into the big swing. Whoa, little stumble there. I had to pump the brakes just a bit. coming in with so much speed. He had to slow himself down. Oh, got that strap around the hook again. Popping it right out. And we're back to business as usual.
He's going to go for that kind of 180 degree spin here. Yep. Oh, he just misses.
Gonna have to use his first retry on the sky hooks.
I think he just hit the tip of the sky hook. As long as he can get a little more height, he should be good.
And there we go. Oh, almost misses the ring and knocks it off the hook. Would have been rough to try and problem solve, but you know what? He's much more aligned this time around.
Just get a little more pop here.
Go right here.
He's got it.
Yep, there it is. Coming up to Kaleidoscope. Seeing some lock-offs used for that rotation. Not so much for the Lachey portion, and he's down on the cliff ledge. That's all right. He still has his second of 2 retries. Gonna have to beat this obstacle in order to keep his run alive. Not a whole lot of time left on the clock, but definitely enough time to still make it to Area 53.
Oh, one-handed save.
Good correction.
Gets it that time.
All right, now again, Brody does not have any retries in his back pocket anymore. Gonna have to flawless the boats. Went for the big reach, and that's not gonna be enough. So now you can see Brody's run. Prime example of this format as well. You could either fail the same obstacle twice and end your run, or fail 3 different obstacles and end your run. Those are the 2 different ways your run can end besides a buzzer. You see that we had that one-handed save on the bar of the Kaleidoscope on his second attempt there. And then he tried to really full send. I think if you're going to go for that on the boats, you're going to have to run into it and release with both hands from the first boat to the second. Top 4 remains the same right now. AJ, Giovanni, Timothy, and Luke currently qualifying for the finals, but we have Macklin Cook on the course. Got 7th place in the placement course with a 33-second clear.
So another one of our Ninja Mania athletes, Macklin Cook.
Yeah, Ninja Mania has had a large portion of their team not only qualify for the Premier Series, not only compete in the Premier Series this weekend, but a good amount of them have placed.
Definitely. So many strong ninjas here.
So you can see him slowing himself down before generating some swing, trying to make sure he doesn't shoot too far forward. And there's that big pullback right for the dismount. Gonna chalk up for just a couple of seconds before the Kaleidoscope. Macklin making pretty good time right now.
Nice.
But
high
is going to
block-offs.
Is going to have to push the pace a little bit or get the full clear, because right now it's not looking like he's going to be the fastest to Area 53. Whoa, what a save. Oh. And down on log run, he's going to have to wait for those logs to stop spinning. And we're going to get him rolling.
He's just leaning a little too far forward in the middle when he was trying to save on the first one, and that cost him for the second. But let's see if he can get it this time.
You can see that he's kind of grabbing and hitting his shin. Possibly hit something on the impact there. Hopefully he's all right. Much cleaner on his second attempt. Time is ticking, though.
Here we go. He's going to go right for it.
In order to make it into the top 4, you
going
have
for
to
the
make
skip.
it in under. Does he make that dismount?
And
yes,
he does.
You see those black mats, you can't touch them, so it's a very weird angle that you have to land on.
Definitely.
And that is going to put Macklin in the top 4, bumping out Luke Lowell Lizanki.
Gonna have to go right here.
Great grab. Now he doesn't have too much time left, but he might have enough time to clear if he just gets this pop up. Just like that, not high enough. And with 6 seconds left, I'm not entirely sure that's going to be enough time for his run. Yeah, it's not going to be enough for the buzzer, but he's going to give it a shot anyways. Love to see the fight in these athletes. No quitting them. Lands on those mats. Coming up again, we will see his big sky hook dismount. Credit to him for not having to use the truss to block his hands with. Let's see again his fall here. Yeah, he hits his shin on the edge of the platform. He was kind of rubbing that a little bit.
Then he recovers. Does the skip, which we haven't seen.
Not with that amount of boxes there.
Definitely. It's been since before the preteen division that we last saw a skip. Really,
right.
It was really threading the needle there. Nice work.
Yep. Now we can see Macklin is now on the bubble. In order to land in the top 4, you have to beat Macklin's time to Area 53 of 1 minute 23 seconds. We'll see if Tyler Wyman can do that. Tyler was on the all-grip team. Coming out of Ninja Mania as well. Means he'll have to knock out his teammate. Of course, you know that they're all supporting each other, but also want to do their best on the course.
No problem there on the sky hooks.
Was 3rd place in the New England region.
Steady himself
reach right
for this
over.
jump.
Good movement.
He's got it. Nice work.
He's making very good time right now.
I was just about to mention it.
If he makes it through the boats on his first attempt, there is a good shot he'll be in 1st or 2nd place. And looks like he's going to go for the boat, not the dismount. And it looks like he'll have the fastest time to this point.
Wow.
Lots of time left for Area 53. We could be looking at our first clear on the challenge course today. Grabs that trapeze, no problem. Look at that reach as well. He's gonna have
for
to
the
turn
big
himself
dyno
around.
up here. The spinning wheel.
Just a little off axis there. You saw his right hand almost hit the center of that, the top, and his left hand was where the right hand needed to be as well. Definitely has time to get a clear still. It's just going to be a little less comfortable, and he's going to have to move. Back at the ring again. Pops right up and catches it this time. He's going to grab
He's got
that.
it. Does he have the time?
Are we going to get our first clear? Yes, we are. The time is going to have to be adjusted. It says 2 minutes, 9 seconds. He definitely did it within the time limit, though. So we'll get an official time for you guys in a bit. Regardless, that was Tyler Wyman, our first clear on the challenge course today.
What a run. Had a lot of time left going into Area 53, so he could afford a fall, and he made it count on his last attempt.
Absolutely, and we're going to see that that first attempt on Area 53 just misplaced the hands, but on his second attempt, he turns himself right around, grabs the top, evenly placing his hands so that way it doesn't spin, and that is the key to that final disc. Great run out of Tyler. Again, we'll get an adjusted time. Time limit's 2 minutes. He did not take 2:09, but he did clear within the time limit, and that first place is going to stand. That means we have Timothy and Giovanni both roughly on the bubble. Giovanni's time is 1:18:01, while Timothy's is 1:18:29. So really getting faster than 1:18 puts you above both of those athletes. It's going to be a nail biter from here on out. We still have 5 runners left, including our next runner, Dagan DeSimone. And we still have some of our fastest athletes from the placement course to come. Dagan at the starting line. Only 16 years old. And just tearing up courses in the regular season and now at the Premier Series. We're going to get going right now.
Right off the pole vault. No problem. Now for the sky hooks.
Pops right up. Good match and grab.
Immediately.
He is moving with urgency, and he's going for that dismount, it looks like. Yes, he is. Perfect
Minute
landing.
30 left.
Yeah, he definitely knows how fast he needs to be going. And he's not wasting a second here. Gonna kind of adjust log run first. And I think these guys are just swinging on kaleidoscope with so much force and dismounting with so much force that they're spinning the log run, but spins out as well on the boats. Again, it's not one of those things that you can really static unless you have like a 7-foot wingspan. So you're gonna want to pop both hands over or use those rings to be safe. All right, we're back onto the boats. Timer is continuing, and it looks like he's going to get there even faster than Tyler did, but that will not put him in first place unless he clears faster than Tyler did. He's going to miss that bar on
But
the first
he has
grab.
plenty of time left.
Yes, and he is most definitely in the top 4 right now, which is going to bump out Timothy Lazarevic and put Giovanni Lopez on the bubble for the coming runs. Here we go. With 51 seconds left for this obstacle, he only has 1 attempt left, as this is his second retry and the final obstacle. But at the same time, he has so much time to go through this. He can take those extra swings if he wants to.
But
He's
it's
going to
really
just
important for him to get this jump, and he does.
dyno right on up. He's going to turn himself around and hit the buzzer with a time of 1:56.6. We'll see if that is indeed faster
It is not.
than
I think
Tyler's
his time was more like 1:36. But yeah, that was very fast.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're going to have to wait for that adjustment on Tyler's time. But look at how aggressive he was moving through this course. Dagan was not messing around at all. Took a little spill on the boats. Got himself twisted up there. But he recovered and used the right strategy. You can see that catching that ring and then going for the reach is a lot smarter than just trying to dyno your way through it. Big height there. Gets that redemption on the coaster of Area 53 and nails that disc on the first grab. Had about 3.5 seconds left to hit that buzzer. That puts Dagan in a great position to advance to the finals. Now, we are probably going to have to get some adjustments on Tyler and Dagan, most likely. We might have
But
some...
Dagan's definitely faster.
Yes. So Dagan's going to stay in first while Tyler's in second. We're now coming up to our 4th place placement course runner, Ryan Guild. Completed the 45-second speed course in 30 seconds. So we know this kid can push the pace. Cannot believe it was a 30-second run and it didn't podium him on the placement course. Goes to show the amount of talent we have. And once again, now our time to beat to get into the top 4 is Giovanni Lopez's time of getting to Area 53 in 1 minute, 18 seconds. That is going to be the 4th place position to beat. You see Ryan taking a couple swings just to adjust himself, but has the technique to land that extra hook.
He's got it.
A good kick forward to try and allow him to generate swing. Kind of stuck his chest out so he could control where his body was going. And he is sailing through, fittingly so, as he's onto the boats now. Oh, might be a little stuck. Is going to have to reach back for that ring.
Oh, almost reaches for it.
There we
There he
go.
goes.
Good recovery. I believe that is fast enough to put him in the top 4, which knocks out Giovanni Lopez. Might make him faster than AJ Nadell as well, which means he could be in 3rd place. But of course, we know he wants the buzzer, and he knows he's probably going to have to get a buzzer if he wants to hold on to a spot in the top 4. And we
Oh,
see
he's
him
got
again.
it.
And with no fails as well, a time of 1 minute, 31 seconds, Ryan Guild has absolutely demolished this challenge course.
Destroyed it. Looked so confident every move he did. And when he ran into that little issue, as we're going to see in a second on the boats, smooth through the kaleidoscope. As you can see on the boats, he quickly does a quickly does an adjustment, recovers, and then just so smooth on Area 53, no problem.
I'm honestly not sure what's more impressive. The fact that he cleared in 1 minute 31, or the fact that he did so without a single use of his retries.
I know, right?
Now
Not
we're
sure.
coming
I'm
into
pretty
the
sure
bar.
the top 3 are still that top 3 in that order.
I believe so. The times just need to be a little more precise for Dagan and Tyler. But regardless, we have Mackenzie Peterson on the course. Mackenzie got 28 seconds on the placement course and was still only 3rd place, which is, again, wild to me. This division stacked. And here we go. Big power out of Mackenzie. Skipping that hook, going for the dismount. And just coming right up into Kaleidoscope. I don't even know if he has anybody on the sideline for his chalk. I think he's just going to do this as is. Or maybe he told him to wait somewhere. Yeah, there's his chalk, buddy. All right. Coming right into the boats with the 2-hand grab.
Whoa!
He is by far the fastest
Wow.
to this point. That's going to put him in 4th place. And the only way he'll pop a little higher is if he hits that buzzer. Now, what is happening? Oh, they're going to send him back to the boats. I believe you are not allowed. I believe you are not allowed to touch the wide wooden ledge that the cliff ledges are screwed into.
Oh.
Not to
Yeah,
touch
we'll have to
something
get a
out of
replay of
bounds.
that. He went so fast I didn't even notice, so I'll have to see again.
I always wondered why people didn't do it. My guess was that it was out of play, and I think this just confirms that. He's going to have to grab the front side. Going to get his rerun here. His retry on the boats. He's choosing to use the ring now that he can't wrap his hands around. Pop forward. There we go. Gets the clear anyways and is now coming into Area 53. Still has plenty of time to clear. But is going to take that first fall. And he is going to get a retry. The scoreboard in the corner is a little off kilter right now because of the misclick on the boats. He is going to get a retry. His timer is going to resume. And this is his final attempt on Area 53. Great power. Timer not moving on your screen, but it is moving in Ferox itself. He is going to pop himself right up.
Can he dyno up this last one?
Yes, he can. He is going to hit the buzzer, and he is going to hit it in time. We'll have to manually time that and see what his exact time is. Up to that point, he was making incredible pace. It looks like we're going to have another nail biter of a finish, Phil, with a lot of timing adjustments needing to be made, and could drastically affect who goes on. Again, you can see that we are adjusting Dagan and Tyler's time. We will also be adjusting Mackenzie's. Replay briefly freezing. All good. We're back at him on the skyhooks. He was giving us a masterclass, and he was absolutely crushing it. We get to the boats where you can see that he wraps around both sides, and those back ledges are unfortunately out of bounds, but he bounces back on his second attempt. Takes a little spill on Area 53, but had so much time that he was able to try it again and clear the course. Great dyno up. We now have 4 buzzers, which goes to show you now officially have to hit the buzzer if you want to advance to the finals. With 2 athletes left, 2 of our fastest athletes left. This could get very, very interesting very quickly. All right, Chris Molnar up. Got a 27-second time on the placement course.
Nice high grab there. Pulls right through.
You see Chris repping the Ninja Mania shirt. Once again, lots of Ninja Mania athletes this weekend. All of them performing very well. Just pops right off. Cut into a replay of Mackenzie for reasons. And we're back to Chris. Absolutely destroying the kaleidoscope. Doing a quick pop on the ledge. He's going to chalk up before the balance. I think he's going to try and just go straight into the boats with the speed. That's exactly what he's doing. Great hop. We saw that out of our pre-team competitors. We have not seen that happen today yet. Chris Molnar, the first to do so in the amateur division. He's going to reach right over. He is making amazing time.
What is that time?
That's a great question. We're going to find out as he hits the buzzer. That was definitely fast enough to put himself in the top 4.
Oh, yeah. That is an understatement.
And that was a time of 1 minute 9 seconds flat.
Wow. Fastest time this week.
The fastest time prior to this was Charlie Ball's 1 minute 16, and we thought that was crazy. Chris Molnar absolutely slashed this course in half. Look at that move on the boats. Been waiting to see if anyone was going to try that today. Oh my goodness. With that said, I think it's safe to say that Chris Molnar has guaranteed his spot in the Premier Series Finals. Joining him is most likely Ryan Guild, as long as Dagan, Tyler, and Mackenzie's times are not faster than his, which I don't think they are. And I do believe we have Chris and Ryan securely in the finals. See his celebration there. Chris obviously very pleased with himself, as he should be.
Now for our final athlete of the amateur division, Zachary Burkholder for the men. Still got the women going.
Yes. And we are up and running. Zachary taking a second here. Zachary had the fastest time on the placement course that we've seen all weekend with a sub 27-second run. Only person to do so far. But I'm not ruling out that it could happen again.
Just that launch he had off of that ring was just so fast.
And it looks like he's gonna try just
Big
to reach
stab.
over for the boat. All right. And he's making amazing time. He's not gonna chalk up at all. He's just gonna go straight for area 50.
He's gonna throw it right here. He's got it.
He knows he needs a fast time, and he is absolutely delivering. Has to get the buzzer if he wants to advance.
He's got it.
And he's gonna go even faster than Chris with a time of 1 minute 5 seconds.
Wow.
What an absolutely insane run. Zachary Burkholder sweeping the placement and challenge course today. We will be seeing him in the finals with Chris Molnar and Ryan Guild. We are just waiting to see on those 3 adjusted times now. But let's take a look at Zach's run again. Oh my goodness. Big dismount on the sky hooks. Was a little crooked. That was a bit shaky, but like I said, he's great at maneuvering his body there. I believe I placed my bets earlier on Zach having the best result overall earlier in this live stream. And again, I'm going to pat myself on the back. I picked a good one. We could see just the power out of that. Adjusting to make sure that he went up and not out on that disc. A 1 minute 5 second run. Turned the challenge course into a speed course.
Yep. We had 6 finishers.
And again, it's worth noting that Zachary, Chris, and Ryan all beat this course without any fails. That is a huge accomplishment as well. No discredit to our other 3 finishers who did use retries whatsoever. They absolutely earned their buzzer. But you can see that going without any mistakes can definitely allow for faster times.
Well, we can say regardless of getting the timings right for 4th, 5th, and 6th, Zachary and Chris are definitely 1st and 2nd.
Yes. I do think that Ryan's going to sit comfortably in 3rd. I think the real wild card here for the time adjustment is Mackenzie. I do think that Dagan was faster than Tyler, and Tyler I don't think is going to qualify. Mackenzie, we don't know what his time is because his timer stopped after there was 43 seconds left on his clock or something like that. Just because of the misclicks on the clicker there. So we have no clue what Mackenzie's time is right now. And that could be either significantly faster than some of our competitors, or it might not change anything. And that I cannot wait to see. It's a flip of the coin, basically. And it looks like Dagan's time is faster than Ryan's by 1 second, a little under 1 second, which means Ryan is now on the bubble.
And that means Mackenzie, the moment of truth. I think Tyler's, if I was to guess, was like a 150, 145. So
I believe you are correct.
I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, but
Wow.
now it's between Mackenzie and Ryan.
Yep, this does mean that Dagan is confirmed to be in the finals.
Yep.
Congratulations to Dagan. Yep, that under review label officially gone. His official time 1 minute 30.87 seconds. We just have to figure out Tyler's official time and Mackenzie's time.
It's so impressive how they made the challenge course look like a speed course.
It again, these are athletes that I think could go elite should they choose to. And I think after these runs, Zachary, Chris, they should definitely go elite. Dagan and Ryan and everyone who hit the buzzer should absolutely go elite. Everyone should at least consider going elite in this division. It's 100% warranted. But come on, man. We set the time limit at 2 minutes, and these kids went sub 110.
So impressive.
Yep. While we wait, if we could take a look over at Mackenzie's run again. One of the more controversial runs of our event so far. It's pretty crazy to see as a whole. We see Chris's run with the 109 flat. Really wanted to hype himself up. As soon as I saw him chalk up, I was like, wow, he's just going. And we see just that.
It.
And then we thought, wow, that's the fastest we'll see. Nope. Zach immediately one-ups it. Both such incredible runs. Getting a sip of water. Kind of losing my voice almost. Not losing my voice, but we're getting loud over here sometimes. Just a reminder that if these athletes did not qualify here, they can qualify at any of our other events for the Premier Series. We're going to have 4 more in the United States, 3 overseas, and these athletes can travel wherever they like. Next week we'll be in Greenville, South Carolina at the Motive School of Movement. Brett Sims is designing a killer course. It's going to be a lot of fun to see as we get the top 25% of mostly Southeast ninjas. But of course, we've got other athletes coming in from around the world as well. Very exciting to see. You can check that out next week, Saturday and Sunday. After that, we'll be going to Perth, Australia at the Ninja Academy. If you don't know anything about the Australian ninja scene, the Ninja Academy is a great spot to go. It's one of the host facilities of the Ninja Challenge League, which is our partner in Australia. They host a lot of their championship events, and it is just, they make some bonkers courses. So get ready for that because the athletes are going to bring it, and I can already tell the course designers are going to absolutely deliver. It's going to be so fun.
Yeah, I am super excited. Whenever every course that they set up is awesome there, and it's just so cool that we're able to have these major competitions all around the globe. We're going to Australia, we're going to UK, we're going to Israel. It's going to be an amazing season.
100% agree. After that, we're headed over to Austin Ninjas, which is one of the more versatile gyms due to the mind of Nick Fordney. It's been used for the Tier 2 World Championships for beginner and intermediate level athletes, Tier 1 regionals, and now the Premier Series. So we're going to see what that gym looks like when it's set up to take on the very best of the best. And an update, we see Tyler Wyman's time locked in at 154. That unfortunately will not land him in the top 4, but Tyler still put up a great fight. He should absolutely be proud of himself there. Now we're just waiting on Mackenzie Peterson. It's either going to be him or Ryan Guild taking the final spot in the Premier Series finals. Once again, those finals are going to be November 17th to 19th. Back here at Ferox Athletics, we are ending where it all started. 4 athletes per division in 8 qualifiers, which means we're going to have the top 32 athletes per division in the finals. It's going to be a true clash of the Titans. We're going to have a lot of fun. And you already know, based off of what you're seeing here, the team at Ferox is going to push our finalists to the absolute limit, and I cannot wait. Where are we headed after Austin Ninjas, Philip?
Well, we are. So after Austin Ninjas, we are headed to. Let me just make sure I get the right dates. Let me pull up the dates. So, after Austin Ninjas, we are headed to Modus September 2nd and 3rd in the heartland of the continental United States in Missouri. Modus, great gym out there. Then the next week we're headed quite a long flight over to Ninja Academy Israel in Rishon LeZion, Israel, which is a gym run by Gil Morantz, who is, I believe, competing in the elite division today. He's a total beast. They run.
Is he?
Yep, he co-runs the Israeli Ninja organization. It's so cool how much this sport's grown all over the world. And then we're staying overseas for the next week. We're going to True Function Ninja Training Ground in the UK, owned by Dion Trigg. Huge gym over there in England. Then the last qualifier of the season will be September 23rd and 24th. Going from the UK all the way to up near Seattle, up near the Canadian border, kind of closer to Vancouver actually. It's in Bellingham, Washington. It's Life Force Ninja. This gym's really come on the scene the past couple years. Incredible course design. They won the course design award. So it's going to be super exciting to see what they'll come up with for a Premier Series competition.
So I'm really excited to see all of that. And we take about a little under 2 months to allow these finalists to really train and prepare for the finals, which again will be back here at Ferox Athletics. Also, I'm proud of myself for saying Ferox Athletics consistently now and not Academy. I've been saying Academy just out of habit because there are a lot of academies involved with this series. And it looks like Mackenzie's... Oh, nope, it was highlighted, but it is not officially fixed yet. So we are going to have to wait a little longer. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you guys all for staying with us for this amount of time. We are just waiting to see Mackenzie Peterson's clear time adjusted, so that way we can see if he did enough to advance to the top 4, or if Ryan Guild will hold on to that 4th place spot.
tough to say. If I'm pretty sure Mackenzie's run. He seemed very fast, other than this obviously that mishap
Right.
there. But then he
Right.
got it together.
And
But then he
I
had
do
a
remember.
but then he had a fall on this, on the Area 53 coaster. But then he got it back together and finished. So it could go either way, because it felt like he was going faster than a minute 30, but he did have those couple slip-ups that cost him time. So I'm not sure.
Right. And you could see, I do believe I remember saying that on his first attempt at the boats when he made it through, he was the fastest through. However, that time has to be adjusted due to the fact that he touched something that was not in play. So
Yep.
definitely was doing very well. It really just comes down to me, how long did he take on Area 53? And again, we're taking a look at Ryan Gilds now. Ryan is currently sitting in 4th place, which means he has a 50% chance of advancing to the finals right now. Going to take a little bit of a gather swing before advancing to the kaleidoscope. I like how he popped his chest out. He kind of stopped all of the movement in his body and allowing himself to really regenerate the momentum he needed. And just cruising right through. A little hung up on the boats. Mackenzie was definitely faster to this point. But at the same time, Ryan was absolutely breezing through this and didn't have any slip-ups on Area 53. That's a lot of time that he saved on this obstacle in comparison to Mackenzie. So how the efficiency out of both of these athletes balance out on the leaderboard will be very interesting to see. Oh man! Any favorite obstacles today, Phil?
Well, of course, Area 53. That's probably been my favorite this whole weekend, especially that last dyno up. That's just
Absolutely.
yeah, definitely. It was such a fun finish. This course has been really expertly designed in every division, fine-tuned like perfectly. I've been incredibly impressed. What was your favorite?
I am also going to have to say Area 53. I like how big it feels. It feels like such a grand finish to this challenge course, you know, and,
Yep.
and it lives up to the name, challenge. It is very challenging. It's a technical, tricky, dynamic, explosive obstacle.
For sure. And I've seen how it's going to be set for the elites, and I am very excited.
Oh boy. I can only imagine. And we've got a lot of big names in the elite division coming up. Just to name a few, we've got our 2nd and 3rd place athletes from the World Championship, Jay Lewis and Jackson Erdos. Joining them is going to be Joe Narovsky, Josiah Propel, Vincent Castronova, Tom Alberti, Colton Supa, Joe Capo. It's such a big list. And that's
So
just
many-
in the male division.
Yeah, we have champions, stage 2, stage 3. So, like, half the field has made it to stage 3 at Worlds before. And we have a time 131.6, knocking out
My
Ri-
goodness.
Ryan Guild by just a tenth of a second. Oh, this
0.12 seconds is
The
the
na-
difference.
the nail biters continue to deliver.
I'm just getting PTSD from last night when we had to do this last time. This is crazy. heartbreaking for Ryan Guild, but at the same time, congratulations are in order to all 6 of our finishers, and congratulations to Mackenzie Peterson, Dagan DeSimone, Chris Molnar, and Zach Burkholder for clinching their spots in the Premier Series finals. Wow.
What a competition. Less than a second between podiuming and not qualifying. This is crazy. Every run has just been, these athletes are on such a high level and they just are so close together.
And I think the craziest thing about this not only is that it's the difference between a podium spot and failing to qualify for the finals, but this is like the second or third time this has happened this weekend alone. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of these types of results as we progress through the Premier Series, which is why you guys need to tell everyone you know, tune in, watch, because we're about to have some of the most intense leaderboards, the intense competitions with some creative obstacles, all here at the World Ninja League Premier Series.
This has been not just the most hype event of the week, but this season's just going to be incredible.
Yeah, to think we still have 7 more weeks of this level of intensity, competition, entertainment. I cannot wait to see what the rest of the world has in store for us.
So, taking a look at our amateur ladies division, we have 5 ladies going for 4 spots, so one will have to get bumped out.
That's so tragic, unfortunate, but at the same time, hopefully that one athlete will hop on over to another qualifier and
Absolutely.
we'll be able to get all of them punching their ticket into the finals.
And then for the elites, we have
We should
16.
spotlight the elite females. I think we
Yes, absolutely. So
hyped up the males quite a bit.
Yep, we have an incredibly stacked field here. We have several gauntlet veterans. Obviously, we've had Stage 1 finishers in at Worlds, and Abby Clark. Just all these are the strongest. Madeline Medeiros, who was the teen champion last year.
2-time gauntlet champion Ava Colasanti.
Absolutely.
It's going to get crazy. With that said, we're gonna take a short little break. Congratulations again to our top 4 on the leaderboard. We'll be back in just a bit with the beginning of the amateur female division. We'll be back on the placement course, where we will determine the run order for our 5 female amateur athletes. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Oh, it's back to normal.
All right.
All right, Sarah McCurdy coming out of Dexterity Depot. Once again, we are in the amateur division of our Premier Series. I don't know why I blanked there, but we're chilling. And this is a combination of our young adult, adult, and master divisions from the regular season. Sarah McCurdy stepping up to the amateurs. These are aspiring elite athletes that absolutely are capable of doing so, should they choose to in the coming season. As we can see, we have some strong skill here as Sarah's linking through the Lachey lane, hopping right over the shelf. You see Sarah taking on driver's ed as the timer is flashing. A little less than 10 seconds. Looks like she's going to run out of time, but makes it to the last obstacle. A good spot you want to be in for the placement course. Placement course is flow course style for the fastest. One fail and you are done. Your placement on the leaderboard in the placement course determines the order in which you will run the challenge course. And the challenge course is what qualifies you for finals. Back around here. Looked like she almost could have linked into that shelf, but choosing to take an extra safety swing. Popping right in. Good grab on the bowl. Yeah, she's not wasting any time. She's just going straight for it. What speed. Look at that. We could be seeing our first buzzer of the division. She's going to match and dismount. Wow. Just to remind all of you and refresh some of you who might not have seen this yet, the time limit is 45 seconds. Rules. Of course, for the time being the second runner, that's going to put Daniela in first place. But we have Solimar Benitez coming up, 47-year-old athlete out of the Southeast, was first in her region. Good reach. Decides not to link it, gonna just generate as much swing as she can, following through with her hips as she grabs the next hold. Good grab, good grab. A little low on time, but she's gonna have to keep pushing it. She can definitely make it to driver's ed. And the lights are red, and she spins out anyway. Lands on the side there. Hope she's okay. A lot of good strength. We'll see that strength put on display during the challenge course. We've got 3 runners left, including our next runner, Rebecca Harris. Rebecca is ranked second in the power rankings for today. Comes out of the Northeast region, was 8th in said region. We'll be seeing both of them compete in the elite division later, but for now, all eyes are on Rebecca. Good links into the shelf. Popping up, staticking the bowl, and just gonna breeze right through. Lost our timer for a split second there, but we're gonna see everything play out. Very centered. She has so much time left. We are probably looking at our second buzzer. Very centered. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Great run. BC again here. She's linking from the bar into the trapeze and into the shelf. Definitely made up a lot of time. I think this extra swing here is really what made her not have the fastest time, but regardless, she was so close to Daniela's clear time anyways that it really doesn't make too much of a difference. They were half a second apart. Half a second. Exactly. Ivy Stein stepping up right now. And here we go. On to thump. And right into the laches. Down. And again, huge air time. Ooh, little wobbly, but she grabs onto that trapeze. It does kind of throw off how much speed she had coming into driver's ed, but she still has time to clear. Lights have not started flashing yet. Now they have. And great technique. Didn't let any of the stress get to her on the tire dash. She just handled everything like a pro. Look at how high she got up there on the laches as well. You can see nothing really seemed to overwhelm her. The time of 39 seconds. She lands a third place finish for now, but we do have one final runner to go. And that is going to be Talia Gerwitz. Or Giwertz. Apologies. Talia Giwertz. Coming down, again, huge air. Looked like she got a little too close to the trapeze to link it, but she wanted to. staticking over to that mogul. Quickly through the ring slider and is facing off on tire dash now. Little stumble there, too far forward, but she got there pretty quickly. And that's going to put Talia in 5th place, which means she will be running 2nd on the challenge course. Taking a look at our times here, Daniela Blanchard finishing up in 1st, but a little over half a second behind, about 0.6 seconds behind her is Rebecca Harris. Very, very great runs out of both of them, and Ivy Stein, who rounds out our top 3 with a sub-40 run. Now, Philip, what were your favorite moments out of those 6 runs there? Absolutely. Again, we can see while we get our camera shifted over to the challenge course and we give the athletes a little bit of time to strategize, you can see the run order here. A smaller division in number, but definitely not a smaller one in skill. There's still a very good chance we can see some buzzers. We will absolutely see some deep runs. I'm very excited at that prospect. Breaking down the challenge course, our athletes will have 2 retries that they can keep in their back pocket. They can use them on different obstacles. There are 2 different ways your run can end via fails. You either fail an obstacle twice, or you fail 3 different obstacles. So let's say you fail the sky hooks. You get a redo. If you beat it, you continue on to the kaleidoscope, and you have 1 retry remaining for another obstacle. If you fail the skyhooks twice, your run officially ends. All right? And of course, it is still furthest fastest. Your fails do not affect your standing on the leaderboard, just affect the time that you have during your actual run. Your time will be paused while the course resets, and that's great and all, but of course you have to think you've now lost seconds taking an extra attempt on an obstacle, and you might want to readjust that. Now, Philip, what kind of obstacles are we going to be looking at today that our ladies are going to have to keep an eye out for?
Yeah, so honestly, I think that what we're going to see is
Phil.
the 4...
Phil.
Yeah, so what I think will happen is you got to really focus on those 4 crux points. And so the 4 crux points are the skyhooks, kaleidoscope, boats, and Area 53. But you can't underestimate the other obstacles, because we have seen falls on obstacles like the pole vault and the log rolls. So we'll see how that goes.
How do you want it?
Just waiting for our course to be ready to go for the challenge course.
2 rings,
going to be a big event. 6 athletes and only 4 will have the opportunity today to qualify for the Premier Series finals back here at Ferox Athletics. It's going to be quite the eventful run, especially with such close results. We had everyone make it through the Lachey lane, which is the first full division to have that type of result. We had half of our ladies hit the buzzer, well under 40 seconds as well.
Absolutely.
45.
Yeah. Daniela came right out of the gate, set the fastest time. She just absolutely just destroyed it. And Rebecca and Ivy also had just as amazingly solid runs. All these ladies had a fantastic run. This course has been really well balanced. We got 3 finishers out of 6. And yeah, Ivy, what I was really impressed with Ivy was the links. I think that will really come into her favor on this challenge course. But obviously any 6 of these ladies could take home the dub, and 4 of the 6 will move on to the finals.
Yep, and we can't rule out anybody just yet. Even Solimar Benitez, and I say even just because she will be going first. She's not going to have as much beta, but at the same time, we have seen runners go first, second, or third and still make it into that top 4. Anything can happen, and she is a very capable athlete as well, so we cannot exclude her from this conversation whatsoever.
That's right. And so the time limit for the challenge course is 2 minutes. The best time we've seen so far today is 1:05 out of Zachary Burkholder. So yeah, this course, but don't let that fool you, this course is long. Each obstacle is kind of its own little world. It's lots of moves on each of the obstacles, but I think we're going to see a spectacular show here in just a few minutes.
I would agree. Got a lot of other gyms represented here as well. Love to see the talent from all over the country, all around the world, as we are close to wrapping up our amateur division. If anybody has any questions in the chat, feel free to ask. We're happy to help. Either myself, Philip, or someone else in the chat will be able to correctly answer your questions. Crazy to think we might be having we will be having our next season starting up with Tier 1 and Tier 2 picking up, and the Premier Series still going. It's going to be a great time of year to be part of the World Ninja League, and we're very excited that you're all joining us today and throughout the coming weeks, months, years. We appreciate you all for your commitment.
Yep, Ninja season is all season, all year round, but business is really picking up, especially in these later summer months into the fall. That's when it really everyone starts to really get ready for the new season, but also obviously the new season includes this Premier Series.
Absolutely, and we are so excited to be able to put on display not only athletes at the elite level for our Premier Series, but as we head into Season 9, open up more opportunities for all of our athletes of different skill levels. Cannot wait to see how all of our competitors evolve. But it looks like we're already going. Solimar Benitez was 2 obstacles in, and we didn't even get to see it. But now she's onto the skyhooks, and we're rolling. Gonna have to pop
On the
herself
skyhooks
around to that hook. There we
No
go.
problem. Solimar out of the new gym in SoFlo. It's in Topino Beach, Florida.
Just kind of hung up, trying to, generate some swing now. Pulling up that backswing. Launching herself forward. And we can see that that hook has been adjusted to a straight shot, not a 90-degree turn. Giving a straight line. She just has to get that dismount now. I believe she's centered for it. And will be in just a bit. Pops right off. Coming up to the kaleidoscope. Still has both of her retries up for grabs.
But let's see if she can get this.
Generating some swing. Trying to reach over to that bar. And that's going to be
just time's up, but
timeout. Yep.
Clean run to this point though, so very well done by Solimar.
We could see she took a few extra swings to kind of position herself properly for the sky hooks, but she eventually makes her way across very smoothly. Sets a good bar and is going to make it tough for the other athletes. They're going to have to get to Kaleidoscope in 1:32 to pass Solimar, which is not that easy.
Next up we have Talia Gerwitz out of Next Level Ninja.
All right, and here we go. Talia shimmying her way up the pole vault. Not wasting any time trying to gather a backswing so that way she can just jump right into the big swing. Fly right through the sky hooks. Again, only 2 of these athletes today will not be advancing to the finals. Talia wanting to make sure that that's not her and that she gets to lock her spot into the finals. Finals will be right back here at Ferox, November 17th to 19th.
Very fast time up to this point. She's reaching up to this bar right here.
Reaches right over. Gonna have to just grab onto that cliff ledge, which she does.
No problem. Onto the log run.
Great movement. A little bit to the side, but she sticks it, chalks up, and is now facing on the boats. Going to gather a bit more of a swing. It looks like she's going for the dismount and not for the second boat. No, she's going for the second boat.
Reaching out with one.
Smarter play. That was definitely the smarter play.
Can she roll it around? Oh, just
misses the dismount. I don't think she is tall enough to be able to properly place her foot down on the platform. So she is going to have to be able to pop right off with enough momentum. You see a coffee spill, coffee down, as the course is also being reset.
Yeah, so what she's got to do is kind of get a bit of a pull-up, drive those hips off to the side so she can get enough of a throw off of it while it's spinning.
Waiting for that second boat to be reset. Talia's time is currently frozen, so that way she's not losing any time while this happens.
There we go.
And now she will be using the first of her 2 retries. And here we go. Grabbing onto that ring. Using the backswing, kind of out to the side a little bit.
30 seconds left.
Reaching right back over. Going to get a big pullback and sending it forward.
There we go.
Letting that dismount. Going to have a little over 20 seconds for this obstacle. Area 53. This run could very well be good enough to get Talia into the top 4, but it would be even better and even more secure if she got the buzzer.
Can she get this throw right here?
Lights are flashing, under
so
10
close.
seconds left. Taking a look at how Solimar was trying to adjust herself on the skyhooks. Let's see if we get any footage of Talia here. As we can see, Talia shoots herself up into first place. If one athlete places below Talia, Talia will be locked in to the Premier Series finals. Gonna give it a little bit. I'm gonna let the course reset as Sarah McCurdy will be stepping up to the starting line. Our best on the placement course of the non-finishers. Just giving it a little bit more time for the course to be adjusted. We see Sarah all chalked up and ready to go, rocking the Dexterity Depot shirt. Had quite a few Dexterity athletes this weekend, and they've all done very well. A good handful of them qualifying for the finals. We'll see if Sarah can follow suit by placing in that top 4. Currently on track to do so. As she pops through the skyhooks, I wasn't sure if she had enough of a swing there to grab that blue ring, but I stand
Good
corrected.
reach there.
Gonna just go for a pullback. A little crooked, but she's going forward, and she
just
hits the very edge of that hook.
Just needs a little more drive of the hips.
Yeah, a little
Just
more
a
height.
little more height. Yep.
And here we go. Round 2, Sarah McCurdy. On the skyhooks. Lands it this time.
There she goes.
Gonna have to land that dismount. Taking a lot of extra swings, worrying. I'm okay. I was gonna say I'm worried that ring was gonna pop off the hook, but we're okay. And she is on to the kaleidoscope now.
Chin up. Now for the cliffhanger.
Great grab.
She gets it first go. A little log run.
Oh, foot might have touched. We might have to mark that for review, but they're giving it to her. And she's going to chalk up before taking on the boats. Going to maybe want to see a replay of that log run. Either that was an amazing save, or might have to double check that run.
Time running out.
Looks like the lights are flashing.
Still,
She drops on down.
very solid run out of Sarah.
Absolutely. Let's see if we can get a replay of her log run there. This does mean that Talia Gewurz is officially locked in for the Premier Series finals. Congratulations to her. We still have 3 athletes left. So all she has to worry about now is what position is she going to be in when these runs end. We're going to move on shortly to our first of our 3 finishers on the placement course, Ivy Stein. There's Ivy up at the start. And here we go, jumping into the pole vault. Using her arms only, but also swinging with her legs already so she could properly dismount. Smart approach. No problem on the big swing, and we head right over to the skyhooks now. Good lock off to control that swing. And she is in
Right
perfect
into
position.
your dismount.
Oh, Kaleidoscope's a little crooked, but she's going for that skip, it looks like. Past the bar.
Oh, right to the ring.
I thought she was going for the cliff ledge.
That's doable.
Not the ring. It's very much doable. Ducking your head under is not easy. Looks like we got to reset that second ring, make sure that it's at the right elevation there for our athletes.
Unwrap it like a tether ball there.
Here we go. Second attempt on Kaleidoscope.
We're gonna go for the cliffhanger. Oh,
No,
she
she's
opts
going to play it a little safer this time.
Good plan.
Currently in third place. But of course, wants to make sure that she gets higher up on that leaderboard.
One
So
step.
she can lock into the... Oh, almost stumbled off before the boats, but she's moving fine. Of course, wants to make sure that she's in a better position. If you're in the top 2 after this run, you will guarantee your spot in the finals. And in doing
She gets it.
this obstacle, she is in the top 2 right now.
Has the
So
time to finish.
congratulations to Ivy. Now it's a matter of, are you first or are you second, and can you hit that buzzer? Which I think she can, but she's spinning around a lot
Wrecks it.
and
But
is
misses.
going to use, going to use that
Six.
second retry.
16 seconds left. She's gonna have to go right away. She can do
Frankly,
it. She can generate some big swing here. It's just a matter
think
of
she-
letting it go at the right time.
Yep. So sorry to interrupt. I was just saying, I think she could also have gone a little earlier, but took an extra swing, and that's what started her real big spin. And it looks like we are out of time for Ivy.
Just as time expires.
Like to see
That
the she had to spin around in extra time on the boat, but managed to still make it off. It was enough to lock her into the top 2. Puts her actually in first place, made it to Area 53 faster than Talia did. And that means Ivy and Talia will both be moving on to the finals. Now Solimar Benitez is on the bubble, and with 2 runners left, we shall see if Rebecca Harris will knock her out first.
Next up, we got Rebecca Harris. Finished with a time 35 seconds. Destroying this course.
Making sure no questions. And now we're getting ready to go. Here we are. Onto the pole vault. Choosing to use her legs. I liked Ivy's strategy, but lots of big swing out of Rebecca there.
Right away to the dismount.
Great moves now for the skyhooks. If she beats this obstacle faster, in under 1.5 minutes, she will be in that top 4.
Settling herself. Straighten in. Her swing out. Getting the skyhook jump right away.
Lands it. And this is going to currently put her in the top 4. But that does put her in 4th for the time being. And with 1 runner left, you don't want to be in that position. You want to make sure you get further. And the best way she can ensure her spot in the finals is by clearing the boats. And we see she breezes right through Kaleidoscope. Has not used any retries yet. Doesn't look like she
45
plans on
seconds
doing
left.
so. She now finds herself in third place. Yes, third place, but is going to have to beat the boats in order to put the pressure on the other ladies. And here we go. Is she going to make that dismount? Grabbing the side,
just missed.
dropping down. 25 seconds left for this, though. Definitely possible. Here we go. Timer will resume after a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and when that second boat is reset, you see it swaying around a lot. Gonna need that reset. Otherwise, a rerun will have to be reinstated. But it looks like it's being taken care of, thanks to our amazing crew down at Ferox Athletics.
Here she goes.
Looks like we've just got a hand holding that second boat. Gonna reach out. Great timing.
Going right for it. She gets it.
And just like that, she's going to lock herself in the top 3, going to lock her spot into the finals. But do we have time for a buzzer? Maybe not. Lights are flashing.
Gonna go for the
I think
jump.
that's gonna do it.
Oh, she almost got the jump.
Peeled off the bar. You can see the where they kept that boat steady and then let go for her as she was about to make contact. Shout out to the team there, doing a great job. Which does mean that we have our final competitor, Daniela Blanchard, is going to have to beat the boats in order to qualify, or at least make it to the boats in under 1 minute 36 seconds to knock out Sarah McCurdy. I do want to point out Talia Gewurtz, who is going to the finals despite not hitting a buzzer on the placement course and going second. Like I said, that is definitely not the end-all, be-all for these courses. Talia, once again, living proof of that. Congratulations to her.
Last up, we'll have our fastest finisher in the placement course, Daniela Blanchard, out of Empire Ninja. Not too far from here. I first met Daniela when she was helping out at Season 6 Worlds. She hadn't really done Ninja before, and then she got into it, made it to Stage 3 in at Worlds the very next year.
Oh,
so
wow.
She's really picked up Ninja fast.
That's incredible. And you know what? Here she is as the final runner of the amateur female division, final runner of the amateurs as a whole. We're going to get right into it as she takes on the pole vault. Looks very calm, very collected. I'd love to see that type of confidence. She drops right down and takes on the big swing. Again, she's going to have to make it to the boats in 1 minute 36 seconds, or she's going to have to beat the boats in general to get into that top 4.
Little correction with the strap here, no problem. Oh, almost missed the ring, but she gets it nice and calmly, moving over, not letting that phase her.
Just has to make that jump, and looks like we're going for a quick dismount right into the kaleidoscope. And currently, Daniela's in great position to advance to the finals. Just going to have to land this. And she is going to be more than fast enough to take 4th place. Daniela Blanchard will be going to the finals. But the question now is, what place will she get, and can she get the buzzer? Haven't had a buzzer in this division yet. Good grab.
Get the
Good
dismount.
swing.
Oh, just
falls
misses.
backward.
I think just
Gonna have to get this one on this
she
attempt.
just had the wrong hand placement for that one. She kind of set herself up 180, which can work, but kind of offsets your throw off of the last. Let's see if she can fix that.
Here. Oh, still waiting for that second boat to be reset. Seems to be a little finicky today, acting up a little bit. But we're back to where we need to be. No, we are not. That is all right. Daniela can take a little extra time to rest, but of course we don't want her to get cold. And it looks like that boat is going to swing right back anyways.
No, we're good.
Nope, it's staying. Her timer will resume, and now we are on to her second attempt. She's going to do a swing and turn, and not going to have enough momentum coming
so
in.
close.
Yeah. That's all right. At the same time, she still made it there fast enough.
Still
But
great
taking a
run.
look here,
Hi, Daniela.
absolutely. You can see that she tries to follow through on that first one, didn't get enough speed. Happened again on the second run, but there we have it. Faster than Sarah McCurdy to that point, and that's going to put her in the 4th place position, locking her into the finals with our podium. Ivy Stein, Talia Gewurz, and Rebecca Harris, who all made it to Area 53.
Yeah, congratulations to all these ladies. They all put on some really strong performances. This has been an awesome amateur division, and so next up we'll have a break, and then we'll be coming back with the teens, and then after that, the elites. So stay tuned all today. This is going to be some awesome action, just like it's been all weekend.
Absolutely. We'll see you back here in just a bit with the teen division. Take care, guys.